Chapter 40, 335. Heavenly Realm, Southern Region, 100,000 Demon Mountains. Some people said that the reason why this demonic domain could exist was because there was a demonic mountain in the 100,000 demon mountains that had existed since the beginning of chaos. This demonic mountain was the sacred mountain of the demons. It was precisely because this sacred mountain of the demons was in the 100,000 demon mountains that this demonic domain could exist. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew the origin of the sacred mountain of the demons in the heavenly realm, because this sacred mountain of the demons had existed for countless years. Even the uncle of the old tortoise, who was from the same generation as the Grand Emperor, didn't know when this sacred mountain of the demons had appeared. At this moment, a piece of the sacred mountain of the demons was cut off by a sword. This made everyone dumbfounded. The piece of rock that fell from the sacred mountain of the demons instantly became incomparably huge, even covering the sky. Monstrous demonic chi erupted from the top of the huge mountain. The entire world suddenly turned pitch black. Buzz! At this moment, an immortal sword light appeared in this pitch black world. This sword light directly split the dark Haitian land and landed on the huge rock mountain. Wherever the sword light passed, the huge mountain was split in half under everyone's shocked gazes. The endless demonic chi was completely obliterated by the sword light. The world immediately shone brightly, and the giant mountain that had been split in half instantly exploded, turning into dust that filled the sky. Even the mortal demonic nature was destroyed by this sword. How is this possible? Undead Demon Master's voice was trembling. He couldn't believe that a piece of the sacred mountain of the demon race that had existed for countless years was actually shaved off by someone. Moreover, this piece that was shaved off was destroyed with a single slash. It was as if the sword in the opponent's hand could destroy anything in this world with a single sword strike. How can the Tao ancestors' sword have such power? The undying demon lord never expected that the sacred mountain of the demons would be unable to withstand the purple gold divine sword in the opponent's hand. He didn't know that this wasn't the same sword that the supreme Tao ancestor had refined all those years ago. This one had been refined by Gu Fei long ago. Although it was still a supreme Tao weapon of the immortal Tao, its power had increased significantly, and Yen was a cultivator of the immortal Tao, so she was naturally able to wield it with ease. This, incredible, even the sacred mountain of the demons can be destroyed. None of the spectators had expected Yen's battle prowess to be so heaven-defying. To the heaven realm's demon-hunting army, this was naturally a pleasant surprise. At this moment, the old fogies of the Qin clan didn't dare utter a word. Who else would dare say that Yen wasn't qualified to be Qin's master? Such combat strength could be said to be invincible below the extreme grade. Furthermore, Yen was now a quasi-supreme being. She was only half a step away from ascending to the heavens and becoming an invincible extreme being who could sweep through the 9 heavens and trample over the 10 earths. Most importantly, she had the support of Gu Fei. Gu Fei dominated the heaven realm and the human realm. He single-handedly destroyed the Forbidden Realm, flattened the demon's den, and killed the ruler of the secret land. Even an emperor clan as powerful as the Qin clan would not dare to offend Gu Fei. Gu Fei had many enemies, but he had many friends too. Even the Jiang clan of the human realm, Jiang Renhuang, was on good terms with him. Jiang Renhuang was publicly recognized as the strongest. Boom! At this moment, the undying demon lord went all out. He activated the demon race's sacred mountain with all his might. In the next moment, this terrifying demon mountain directly blasted towards Yen. Countless pitch-black cracks appeared in the sky like pitch-black lightning bolts. The cracks only appeared for a moment before being repaired by the power of the world. The heaven realm's power was very strong, so the void was very stable. One should know that the heaven realm was perfect and flawless. It was much better than the human realm. The human realm was flawed and couldn't give birth to a supreme. However, the heaven realm was different. The heaven realm had a flawless heavenly Tao, which could give birth to a supreme. Yen shook the purple gold divine sword in her hand. Countless sword lights rushed out from the purple gold divine sword. Every sword light pierced through the sky. The clanging sounds did not stop. The sword lights rushed out from the purple gold divine sword and hit the sacred mountain of the demons. The sacred mountain of the demons shook violently. Under the impact of the purple gold divine sword's sword light, the countless demonic patterns on the sacred mountain of the demons dissipated in the void. However, even though the sword light from the purple gold divine sword shook the sacred mountain of the demons, the sacred mountain of the demons still pressed down on Yen. The power of the demonic path that erupted from the sacred mountain of the demons sealed the area. Humph! Yen sneered. At the next moment, a terrifying and powerful aura flashed on her body again. This aura also disappeared in an instant. However, at this moment, the purple gold divine sword in Yen, hand suddenly released an unprecedentedly huge sword chi wave. An immortal sword light broke through the layers of demonic path power and struck the sacred mountain of the demons. Without any suspense, the sacred mountain of the demons was sent flying again. A deep sword mark was left on the mountain. Damn it! Seeing this, the undying demon lord almost went crazy. This was ridiculous. How could the extreme sword weapon in Yen hand be so powerful? Although the Tao ancestor was powerful, the extreme sword weapon that he refined shouldn't be more powerful than the sacred mountain of the demons. The power displayed by the purple gold divine sword in Yen, hand had far exceeded the undying demon lord's expectations. Master, sister is mighty, Qi Niao yelled. At this moment, even the old tortoise was a little dumbfounded. It seemed that he really wasn't a match for Yen. With the purple gold divine sword in her hand, she could fight any opponent in the world. Why do I feel that sister-in-law is stronger than my brother Gu Fei? Shaoqing said in extreme shock. This is the battle power of a quasi-supreme. The golden spiritual ape Yuan Gang stared at the peerless figure and murmured to himself, Die! The purple gold divine sword in Yen, Oi's hand suddenly flew up. The undying demon lord let out a strange cry and immediately turned into a demonic light, rushing towards the depths of the 100,000 demon mountains. However, the speed of the sword light that the purple gold divine sword turned into was unimaginably fast. In just a flash, it had already returned to Yen hand, as if it had never flown out of Yen hand. Everyone was taken aback. The demonic light that the undying demon lord had transformed into dissipated, and the undying demon lord's figure appeared. The next moment, the demonic body of the undying demon lord turned into dust and dissipated in the void. This dead. Everyone was surprised and bewildered. Yen seemed to have killed the undying demon lord with one sword. Wasn't this great demon known as Undying? The guy known as Undying is also dead. Chapter 40, 336. The so-called undying demon lord is dead? Everyone who witnessed this scene was in disbelief. One should know that the undying demon lord was the strongest among the 3 demon lords in the 100,000 devil mountains, be it the primordial demon lord or the domineering sky demon lord. None of them could compare to the undying demon lord in the eyes of the old antiques of the heaven realm. However, the undying demon lord was still killed by Yen, even though he controlled the sacred demon's mountain. After Yen unleashed this earth-shattering sword strike, she looked a little exhausted. Although this strike was extremely powerful, it also consumed a vast amount of Yuan Qi. Only a peak quasi-supreme like Yen could unleash an attack that was infinitely close to the extreme Tao realm. Even the old tortoise could not unleash such a powerful strike. Only his uncle could do so. Roar! Just as countless experts were in shock, an angry roar suddenly rang out from the depths of the 100,000 devil mountains. Rumble! The entire 100,000 Devil Mountains was shaking. Endless demonic chi rushed out from all over the 100,000 Devil Mountains and enveloped the heaven and earth. Within the demonic chi, a demonic shadow could be seen. What? Countless experts of the heaven realm were stunned when they heard this roar. A terrifying, deathly aura surged out from the depths of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. The temperature of the heaven and earth dropped rapidly under the impact of this deathly aura. Boom! The void trembled. Endless demonic chi surged and condensed into an incomparably huge demonic shadow. Little guy, you want to kill me? You can't. The demonic shadow formed from demonic chi emitted a domineering divine sense. I knew it. How could this guy be killed so easily? The old tortoise stared at the demonic shadow in the distance. Does this demon really have an undying body? Yuan Gang stared at the demonic shadow and said while gritting his teeth. He was very unhappy that he was suppressed by the undying demon lord. Not dead. Yen frowned when she saw the demonic shadow. That sword strike just now was her strongest move. How could it not kill this guy? The terrifying aura of death from the depths of 100,000 Devil Mountains belonged to the undead demon lord. As long as I am in the 100,000 Devil Mountains, I will not die. If you dare to attack, you will be the ones to die. Undead demon masters. Voice came from the depths of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. Yen pondered for a moment and then said, I'm very curious. How did you escape my sword attack just now? As long as the 100,000 Devil Mountains are not destroyed, I will not die. The undead demon lord was extremely arrogant. Haha, is that so? I have never seen such a stupid demon before, Yen suddenly said with a laugh. What did you say? Undying Demon Master was furious. This guy actually said he was stupid? You don't want to admit that you're stupid. You just told me your biggest secret. Yen smiled happily. What? The Undying Demon Lord was shocked to hear this. As long as the Devil Mountains aren't destroyed, you won't die. As long as I destroy the 100,000 Devil Mountains, you will die for sure. Yen said indifferently. The Undying Demon Lord was speechless. That's right. As long as we destroy the 100,000 Devil Mountains, this guy will die. The old tortoise slapped his head and said, Why didn't he think of this before? Set up the formation. The old tortoise was extremely excited. He waved his hand and countless demons immediately dispersed. A terrifying murderous aura burst out from the killing formation. The whole world seemed like it was going to explode. At this moment, the old tortoise was in charge of the killing formation. This killing formation could erupt with the strongest power. It definitely had the power to destroy the world, because the old tortoise was holding a huge seal in his hand. All of you go and die, the Undying Demon Lord roared angrily. In the next moment, the whole 100,000 Devil Mountains shook again. Endless demonic power gathered crazily, and thunder could be faintly heard from the depths of the sky. Countless lightning appeared in the sky above the 100,000 Devil Mountains. One by one, demonic thunder exploded. The demonic light lit up the dark world. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Everyone be careful. This guy is going to go all out. The old tortoise shouted loudly. At this moment, many demonic mountains rose from the ground and rushed towards the heaven realm's demon-hunting army. The violent demonic power shook the earth. The old antiques of the heaven realm were shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. This time, the forces of the heaven realm that came to attack the 100,000 Devil Mountains all had extraordinary strength. Balls of divine light emerged from the demon-hunting army. It was the protective divine light formed by the activation of killing arrays, which blocked the terrifying demonic power that was obliterating them from all directions. Boom! At this moment, a demonic mountain directly smashed into the demon-hunting army and exploded. Countless rocks flew everywhere. Many people in the demon-hunting army were so scared that they wet their pants. Boom! Another demonic mountain smashed down. Terrifying demonic power erupted, shaking the demon-hunting army. Some of the weaker killing formations directly exploded. All the people who formed the killing formations collapsed in an instant, turning into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The sacred mountain of demons once again rushed out from the depths of the 100,000 devil mountains and directly attacked Yen-Er. At the same time, the demonic thunder in the sky also smashed down. Every bolt of lightning was incomparably huge, connecting heaven and earth. A terrifying aura of destruction filled every inch of the void. Cosmic discord. Yen-Er roared and used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Cosmic Discord Secret Art. As a result, everyone was fortunate enough to witness an unbelievable scene. The sacred mountain of demons smashing down on Yen-Er suddenly flew backward, smashing into the depths of the 100,000 devil mountains. All of the demonic lightning falling from the sky changed directions and blasted into the depths of the mountains. This, Qi Niao couldn't help but gasp at the sight of a demonic mountain crashing down on her. Yuan Gang and the Old Tortoise also made their moves. The Old Tortoise drove a killing formation into the depths of the 100,000 devil mountains, while Yuan Gang followed suit, golden staff in hand. In the next moment, the depths of the 100,000 devil mountains exploded. Boundless demonic energy surged out as the ultimate battle erupted. The Old Tortoise wielded the Tai Huang seal, weaving through the heavens and earth as he battled a demonic shadow. Yuan Gang also joined the fray. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Old Tortoise and Yuan Gang's combined efforts were unable to suppress the demon. At this time, the entire 100,000 devil mountains was in chaos. Countless demonic creatures died a violent death. The undying demon lord was extracting the power of the 100,000 devil mountains for his own use. The undying demon lord was truly afraid. If these people broke through the 100,000 devil mountains, he would most likely be killed by them. Chapter 43:37. The undying demon lord was enraged and risked his life. He actually activated the power of the entire 100,000 demon mountains. 100,000 demon mountains had existed for countless years. The power of the undying demon lord was extremely powerful. He was forced to use his last resort. The entire 100,000 demon mountains was collapsing. All the power of the demonic Tao was gathering towards the depths of 100,000 demon mountains. One demon mountain emitted an unprecedentedly powerful wave of demonic Tao. In the depths of 100,000 demon mountains, the undying demon lord was fighting against 4 people. He was fighting against Yen-Er, the Old Tortoise, Yuan Gang, and Qi Niao. Each of the 4 experts could fight against the undying demon lord. Especially the Old Tortoise and Yen-Er. They were the strongest among the 4. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword in Yen-Er's hand emitted the most dazzling sword light. The sword light broke through the layers of demonic qi and the void. Clang! The sacred mountain of demons appeared and blocked Yen-Er's sword. At this moment, the sacred mountain of demons was devouring the power of 100,000 demon mountains. Even the purple gold divine sword could not leave any marks on it. Yen-Er was a little surprised. This demon mountain was not simple. Dang! At this moment, Yuan Gang smashed his rod on the head of the undying demon lord. The undying demon lord only staggered a little. He waved his hand and sent Yuan Gang flying. At the same time, Qi Niao executed the supreme killing art of the Qin clan. Yin and Yang Qi interweaved on her body as she instantly transformed into an incomparably resplendent yin and yang sword light that directly pierced towards the undying devil king. Humph! Undead demon master sneered and punched the yin-yang sword light that penetrated his body. Boom! The fist of the undying demon lord collided with the yin-yang sword light. The void shook and transparent ripples spread out in all directions. The sword light that Qin Yao turned into was pushed back. The sword light dissipated and Qin Yao's figure appeared in the void. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of her mouth. The two experts were forced back by the undying demon lord. The old tortoise directly smashed the undying demon lord's head with the Tai sovereign seal, smashing the undying demon lord's head into his chest. This guy, when old tortoise saw this, he was shocked. This guy had become too strong, whether it was his strength or the degree of his devotion. It was far beyond what it used to be. At this moment, the undead demon lord seemed to have merged with the sacred mountain of demons, and the demon's sacred mountain was crazily devouring the power of the entire 100,000 demon mountains. The power of the holy mountain of demons kept increasing. However, although this power was powerful, it did not break through to the extreme realm. The undead demon lord did not want to attract the power of heaven's punishment. One had to know that once the power of the heavenly punishment descended, death was the only outcome. Get lost! The undying demon master roared furiously. An extremely powerful demonic power erupted from his body, shattering the surrounding void. Yan, and the others quickly retreated. At this moment, the sacred mountain of demons floated above the undead demon lord's head. Streams of demonic chi fell down and were absorbed by him, turning into his own power. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. What should we do? The old tortoise said to Yen. Kill! Yen roared furiously and charged forward once more. Boom! Bam! Dull collisions sounded continuously. The purple gold divine sword in Yen. Er's hand flew up on its own and fought with the sacred mountain of demons. Without that sword, you can die. The undead demon lord roared furiously. He waved his right hand, and 5 huge dragons rushed out from his hand, pouncing at Yen. Is that so? Yen smiled and did not think much of it. She used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao and refined the 5 dragons into the most primitive power, devouring them. You, the undead demon lord, was in disbelief. Er's power had far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Qin Yao and Yuan Gang came back. Roar! Yuan Gang roared furiously and smashed his staff down at the undead demon lord's head with all his might. Clang! The sacred mountain of demons blocked Yuan Gang's attack. Yuan Gang's staff, which he used all his strength, was completely blocked. The next moment, demonic power erupted from the sacred mountain of demons and sent Yuan Gang flying with his staff. So strong! Yuan Gang was sent flying thousands of miles away. The sleeves on his arms were shredded and golden blood seeped out of his hands. He waved his hand and the golden staff flew over from afar and was caught in his hand. At this moment, the 100,000 demon mountains started collapsing from the edge towards the depths of the mountains. The entire demon domain was collapsing. This was definitely not a good thing for the demons. Go! The Heavenly Realm's demon hunting army was moved out of the 100,000 demon mountains by Old Tortoise. The 100,000 demon mountains was already in chaos. The ground was collapsing and the mountains were exploding. Dust rose into the sky as if doomsday had arrived. Countless demons in the 100,000 demon mountains were in trouble. Kill! The undying devil lord roared in rage. He punched towards Yen, and the violent fist directly shattered the void of the heavens and earth. The power of one punch shook the heavens and the earth. Yen swung her purple gold divine sword horizontally. The undying demon lord's fist smashed onto the sword's blade. The sword's blade actually bent and crashed into her body. With just one punch, the undead demon lord forced Yen back. At the same time, Old Tortoise used the Tai Huang seal as if it was a brick and smashed it on the undead demon lord's head. On undying demon lord's head. This time, undying demon lord actually didn't take a step back. This was an attack from the Tai Huang seal. What? Old Tortoise was shocked. The next moment, he felt a pain in his chest. He was hit by the opponent's fist. The violent, demonic power sent him flying. Wah! Old Tortoise flew thousands of miles away and spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. Old Tortoise had to admit that he could not deal with this demon unless he used that secret technique again. However, if he used that secret technique, he would probably suffer a great loss of vitality. Old Tortoise would not use that secret technique until the last moment. "All of you must die," the undead demon lord roared. His power was still increasing. Both his power and demonic body were getting stronger. However, the power that the undead demon lord could control was limited. The demonic body could only bear a limited amount of power. It could not contain endless power. Boom! Endless demonic aura surged out of the undead demon lord. For demonic figures appeared in the demonic aura and silently pounced at Yen-Er and the others. All right, time to end this. Yen irradiated with immortal light and blocked the surrounding demonic aura. Bam! The demonic shadow collided with Yen-I's protective divine light, which immediately shook violently. Yen-Er, however, did not seem to see the demonic figure at all. She sat cross-legged in the void and formed hand seals with both hands. 9 types of power emerged from her body. This was the power of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. 9 types of power, each incredibly powerful. The 9 strands of immortal Tao power clashed against each other on Yen-Er's body. This is... The undead demon lord immediately sensed a great threat from Yen-Er. Go to hell! The undead demon lord waved his right hand, and the sacred demon's mountain blasted towards Yen-Er. You're the one who will die. Yen-Er suddenly lifted her head and smiled. In the next moment, the 9 types of immortal Tao power surged from her body and gathered on her hands. Yen-Er slammed her palm onto the devil race's sacred mountain, causing it to be flung away. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Yen-Er's other hand directly pressed against the demonic figure that was pouncing towards her. Then, the demonic figure instantly turned into nothingness. How is this possible? The undead demon lord was both shocked and furious. 9 secrets into nothingness. Yen-Er attacked the undead demon lord forcefully. Everywhere she passed, demonic aura dissipated. Anything her hands touched would instantly turn into nothingness. This, Old Tortoise, Yuan Gang, and Qin Yao retreated far away. If Yen-Er's hands touched anything, it would be no laughing matter. Damn it! The undead demon lord wanted to retreat. However, Yen-Er's speed was extremely fast. She instantly closed in on the undead demon lord and slapped his body with her palm. The power of nothingness exploded. The undead demon lord screamed and his entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Within the bloody mist, there was a terrifying demonic figure struggling and howling. In the next moment, the bloody mist turned into nothingness. Everything was obliterated. The undead demon lord died just like that. He died just like that? Everyone was in disbelief. Boom! At this moment, the sacred demon's mountain shattered the void and escaped. 100,000 demon mountains were still collapsing. The remaining demonic power was still extremely strong. Once it exploded, the entire southern region of the Heaven Realm would probably be in trouble. What should we do? Old Tortoise and the others were shocked. They could not allow this demonic power to explode. At this moment, Yen-Er moved. She actually rushed into the demonic aura in front of her. Endless demonic aura still gathered from all directions, forming a huge demonic ball. Yen-Er sat cross-legged in the demonic ball. Her body emitted divine light. The demonic aura in the divine light immediately turned into nothingness and disappeared in the void. Nothingness, secret word. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The nothingness secret word. This secret art could turn everything in the world into nothingness. It was extremely domineering. As soon as Yen used the nothingness secret word, the power of the demonic ball was immediately weakened. She wants to use her own strength to dissolve this demonic power? Old Tortoise was very surprised. Master, sister is too awesome. Qin Yao exclaimed. Boom! The demonic ball formed by the demonic aura exploded. Endless demonic aura instantly turned into nothingness. In the dazzling divine light, a peerless figure walked out step by step. A crisis was resolved by Yen just like that, and Yen state of mind seemed to have undergone some subtle changes after this battle. 100,000 demon mountains no longer existed. The demon hunting army, led by Old Tortoise, actually trampled over 100,000 demon mountains. The news spread and shocked the world. Chapter 40, 338. The news that the Old Tortoise's army had destroyed the 100,000 devil mountains shocked the world. How is that possible? How could the demon lord be so capable? I heard that the battle was earth-shattering and the entire 100,000 devil mountains was razed to the ground. No way. At this time, people everywhere in the heavenly realm were talking about the Old Tortoise's destruction. The destruction of the 100,000 devil mountains was of great significance to the entire heavenly realm. The 100,000 devil mountains was the last stronghold of the demons in the heavenly realm. For countless years, the 100,000 devil mountains had been pressing down on everyone's hearts. No one knew when it would erupt, but now no one had to worry. With the fall of the undead demon lord, the 100,000 devil mountains became ruins. The last stronghold of the demons in the heavenly realm was finally destroyed. Of course, there were still demons in the heavenly realm, but they could no longer pose much of a threat to the cultivation world of the heavenly realm. The Old Tortoise immediately held a celebration feast outside the ruins of the 100,000 devil mountains. Just as the Old Tortoise was happily holding the celebration feast, a figure appeared outside the ancestral grounds of the demon race. Gu Fei, I didn't expect you to be hiding here. A cold voice was heard. The person was shrouded in a black robe and had a hood over his head, revealing only a pair of bright eyes. Who are you? A wave of divine will came from Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Humph! Who am I? I am your enemy, the black-robed person said coldly with a murderous tone. Extreme grade, are you from the ancestral realm? Gu Fei saw through the black-robed person at a glance. However, Gu Fei was fearless because the black-robed person could not use the power of the extreme grade. Once his power surpassed that of an earth immortal in the heavenly realm, the power of heavenly punishment would descend. Obviously, the black-robed person would not use this power easily. You're unlucky to have met me today, the mysterious black-robed person said coldly. TCH, so what if you're an extreme sovereign? This is the heaven realm, not the primogenitor's realm. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Gu Fei, who was constantly refining the 10 extinction demonic qi, said disapprovingly, regardless of whether they were in the heaven realm or the mortal realm, they would be suppressed. These existences would have to seal themselves, not daring to use the power of the extreme Tao. Dai, the mysterious black-robed man, didn't waste any more words with Gu Fei. He directly punched towards Gu Fei, and the surging with elemental essence qi filled the air. The shadow of a huge divine tree emerged from his body, directly propping up heaven and earth. Would race? When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. In the ancestral realm, there was a great enmity between him and the wood race. It wasn't rare for the wood races, supreme, to want to kill him. Whoosh! At this time, the mysterious black-robed man directly waved his sleeves, and a gust of astral wind suddenly appeared, directly sweeping towards the guardian formation of the demon race's ancestral ground. Wherever the astral wind went, the formation patterns in the void began to dissipate, and countless formation patterns appeared in the void. Each ancient formation diagram condensed the strongest power. However, in the face of the astral wind, the demon race's guardian formation was as fragile as a piece of paper. Humph! Gu-Fei sneered and directly punched out. Boom! The void shook, and the astral wind from the mysterious black-robed man was directly smashed by Gu-Fei's punch. You have some ability, but today you must die, the mysterious black-robed man said, directly attacking Gu-Fei. Whoosh! The mysterious black-robed man waved his right hand, and a burst of air-piercing sound was heard. 5 rays of divine light, like peerless divine spears, directly pierced towards Gu-Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Heaven transformation palm. Gu-Fei stretched out his right hand and slapped at the 5 piercing divine lights. Before the 5 rays of light could touch Gu-Fei's palm, they disappeared in the void, as if they had never appeared in the first place. The mysterious black-robed man was taken aback. This guy was sent into reincarnation by the first demon ancestor, but he actually did not die. What exactly happened? Moreover, it seemed that although Gu-Fei's cultivation had not recovered to the peak of the past, his combat strength was still extremely strong. While the mysterious black-robed man was in shock, Gu-Fei's palm did not stop after destroying the 5 divine lights. It continued to push forward. Rumble! There seemed to be a thunderous sound in the void, and a terrifying force of destruction shrouded the mysterious black-robed man. Whoosh! The mysterious black-robed man immediately retreated. However, Gu-Fei's body did not move, and his palm followed like a shadow. Pa! With a soft sound, Gu-Fei's palm directly slapped on the black-robed man's chest. In the next moment, the clothes on the black-robed man's chest exploded, and he flew in the air. The mysterious black-robed man was sent flying thousands of miles away by Gu-Fei's palm. Looking down, he saw a blood-red palm print on his chest. It was not dissolved by my heaven transformation palm. It seems that my cultivation is still not strong enough. Gu-Fei sighed. He was still frantically devouring the power of the 10 extinction demon star. Although his heaven transformation palm was powerful, with Gu-Fei's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to dissolve the mysterious black-robed man. One should know that the mysterious black-robed man was a genuine, extreme Tao Supreme. Although the mysterious man had sealed his own cultivation base, his physical body was a genuine, extreme Tao body. He was practically a humanoid extreme Tao treasure. Preposterous! At this time, the mysterious black-robed man was enraged. He stared at Gu-Fei and gritted his teeth. He was actually sent flying by a peak quasi-supreme with a single slap. He was an extreme Tao Supreme. If this had happened in the primogenitor's realm, Gu-Fei would have died countless times. Go to hell! The mysterious black-robed man opened his mouth and spat out a blade of light. The blade of light spun and flew directly at Gu-Fei. The speed of the blade of light was extremely fast. Moreover, there was a scimitar wrapped in the blade of light. The scimitar actually emitted an extreme Tao aura. This was an attack from an extreme Tao weapon, and it contained a trace of extreme Tao power. However, just as the blade of light was about to hit Gu-Fei, a thunderclap sounded. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and directly struck the blade of light. In the next moment, the blade of light that was struck by the lightning shattered in the void. The fragments lost their spirituality and turned into scrap metal. Wah! The moment the blade of light was struck by the lightning, the mysterious black-robed man's expression suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blade of light that he had refined was his life Tao weapon. Naturally, as its owner, he suffered a great impact when his life Tao weapon was destroyed. Heavenly punishment. What a heavenly punishment power! Chapter 40, 339. The primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds. Because of the wheel of myriad worlds, the various forces in the primogenitor realm could travel between the various worlds. The primogenitor realm was a great world with a supremacy. With the power of an extreme supremacy, using the wheel of myriad worlds, it wasn't impossible for them to build a few fixed passages between worlds. Among the various forces in the primogenitor realm, Every force that had an extreme Tao sovereign overseeing it had a few fixed passageways that connected several worlds. The wood race, as a great race in the primogenitor realm, naturally had a few fixed passages to other worlds. At this moment, just as Gu Fei was refining the 10 extinction Devil Star, someone from the primogenitor realm suddenly appeared. This person had a vast wood elemental energy, and he was suspected to be an extreme sovereign of the primogenitor realm's wood race. The mysterious person didn't admit that he was from the wood race, but he didn't deny it either. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. This mysterious person wanted to use his life origin extreme Tao artifact to kill Gu Fei, but it attracted the power of heaven's punishment. The life origin Tao artifact that he had refined for his entire life was destroyed by the power of heaven's punishment. The mysterious person coughed out a mouthful of blood. This time, he really suffered a great loss. "Ha! Does this feel good?" Gu Fei laughed. "You!" The mysterious person was instantly enraged and almost coughed out another mouthful of blood. "The power of heaven's punishment is used to deal with people like you." The smile on Gu Fei's face disappeared as his expression turned solemn. It seemed like the wise sages were far-sighted. They had already predicted this day's events countless years ago and left behind a backup plan like the power of heaven's punishment. This way, the extreme supremacies of the primogenitor realm couldn't do as they pleased in the heaven realm and the human realm. If not for the existence of heaven's punishment, the heaven realm and the human realm would probably have become a hunting ground under the control of one of the super forces in the primogenitor realm. The various super forces in the primogenitor realm all controlled a few or even a dozen hunting grounds. They used the world as their hunting grounds to harvest cultivation resources. Countless years ago, the super forces in the primogenitor realm did this, using the cultivation resources of the myriad worlds to support the elites of the various races in the primogenitor realm. It was no wonder that the primogenitor realm produced so many extreme Tao Supremes. "Even if I don't use the power of the extreme path, I can still pinch you to death, you annoying bug," the mysterious man roared. "Is that so? Come and give it a try," Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Although his opponent was an extreme grade supremacy, he couldn't use his extreme grade strength. How could he kill him without using his extreme grade strength? "Dream on! Kill!" the mysterious man roared. His voice shook 100,000 miles. Countless great demons in the ancestral land of the demon clan were terrified to the extreme. In the next moment, countless figures rushed out of the mysterious man's body. They were densely packed, and the figures of the mysterious man covered the entire sky. At the same time, countless mysterious figures attacked Gu Fei at the same time. Countless attacks gathered into a destructive torrent, instantly dispersing the demonic qi around Gu Fei. Good timing! Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly shook his body. A shocking aura immediately erupted from his body. In the next moment, his body seemed to have suddenly turned into a bottomless black hole, directly devouring the destructive power of the wood element. Awesome! Gu Fei squinted his eyes comfortably. This power was too strong. After devouring such a powerful force at once, he actually felt as if his body had swelled up. He quickly operated his mystic art and used this power to rush towards the hidden gate of life and death. Boom! In Gu Fei's mind, there seemed to be billions of divine lightning exploding at the same time. It was not the first time he felt this kind of feeling. In the next moment, all the strange phenomena suddenly disappeared, and a powerful force was generated from his body. The power of the demonic qi that he had absorbed for so many days and the power of the mysterious man were all refined in an instant, turning into his own power. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky. His voice reached the 9 heavens, and the sound waves dispersed all the clouds within a radius of 100,000 miles. With a wave of his right hand, he directly took away the 10 extinction demon star that was suspended in the sky. The sunlight from the divine sun in the sky fell on his body, and his entire figure became hazy. That hazy figure emitted a peerless and powerful pressure. At this moment, countless great demons in the ancestral ground of the demon clan were extremely terrified. The weaker great demons were already trembling on the ground. Master is too strong, the fire Chilin Balon, who was guarding the ancestral ground of the demon clan, looked at the figure in the sky with inexplicable shock. You actually used me to make a breakthrough in your cultivation. The mysterious man was furious. This guy was too despicable. Peak of Quasi-Supreme, thank you for helping me. I will leave you with an intact corpse. Feeling the new power in his body, Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. The eternal power in his body had become even stronger, and the eternal real bone on his chest had become even more mystical. He could feel that the primordial chaos power in his body and the eternal power contained in the eternal real bone could be exchanged. You're pissing me off. Go to hell. The mysterious man roared. In the next moment, he patted the top of his head, and a wooden staff immediately rushed out of his body. The wooden staff instantly turned into a true dragon and pounced on Gu Fei. The mysterious man himself turned into an immortal divine light and pierced towards Gu Fei. One step to heaven. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly dodged the divine light formed by the mysterious man. He stepped on the head of the true dragon formed by the wooden staff. In the next moment, the entire true dragon began to crumble from the head to the body. In the end, the entire true dragon disintegrated. Both body and soul were destroyed. That's right, this was an extreme Tao treasure known as the Wood Dragon Divine Staff. That true dragon was formed from the soul of the wood dragon of the 5 elements true dragons. An extreme Tao treasure was a Tao treasure with a life of its own. It was different from ordinary Tao treasures. You, the mysterious man's figure appeared. When he saw that the true dragon was crushed by Gu Fei's foot, he staggered and nearly fell from the sky. His second, life-bound Tao artifact had been broken by this person. Wah! The mysterious man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned as pale as paper. The power of Gu Fei's foot was unbelievable. He actually crushed an extreme Tao treasure with a single step. With such power, his foot wasn't simple either. This was the heaven-treading step that he activated with the eternal power. The heaven-treading step was a supreme combat skill that Gu Fei created when he was in the eternal realm. With his current cultivation base at the pinnacle of the quasi-supremacy stage and the support of the eternal power, this step might not be able to truly destroy the world, but it wasn't difficult for him to shatter the void of a domain. How is this possible? Even if your cultivation base has broken through to the pinnacle of the quasi-supremacy stage, it's impossible for you to destroy an extreme Tao treasure. Chapter 4340. A mysterious powerhouse from the wood race from the ancestral realm suddenly descended on the beast's ancestral land in the heaven realm. This fellow was quite impressive, as he broke the defensive formation of the beast's ancestral land as soon as he made a move. He directly attacked Gu Fei, who was refining the 10 absolute Devil Star. He was a supreme Venerable. Even if his cultivation base was sealed below the extreme grade, he was not someone that a powerhouse at the peak of a quasi-supreme Venerable could compare to. One had to know that this fellow possessed a genuine extreme Tao physique. The wood race from the ancestral realm had a great enmity with Gu Fei. In the ancestral realm, Gu Fei fought everywhere and killed countless supreme Venerables, so nobody dared to provoke him. However, Gu Fei was only a young fellow at the peak of a quasi-supreme Venerable. The moment the supreme Venerable from the wood race saw Gu Fei, he immediately wanted to kill him. He wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's weakened state to get rid of the wood race's strongest enemy in history. If he could bring Gu Fei's head back to the ancestral realm, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire realm. However, the wood race fella thought too simply. Who was Gu Fei? He was once invincible in the ancestral realm, and he even defeated the Chu race and the heavenly race's great ancestors. He even refined a supreme great ancestor from the wood race into a supreme divine pill and gave it to Yen-Er. Since there was a chance to get rid of Gu Fei, the mysterious wood race person naturally would not let go of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he made his move. However, to everyone's disbelief, this wood tribe's extreme supremacy actually had 2 of his extreme Dao weapons destroyed consecutively. This almost drove him crazy. 2 ultimate Dao tools, and they were even ultimate Dao tools. It was impossible to refine them again after they were destroyed. After all, ultimate Dao tools were different from ordinary Dao tools. A ultimate Dao tool was a Dao tool that was refined by a cultivator's ultimate true origin ever since they became Dao tools. Such Dao tools would grow along with their masters. For the mysterious man, losing 2 life Dao weapons was no different from losing half of his life. The second supreme Dao artifact was actually destroyed by Gu Fei with a single stomp, which made the mysterious man both shocked and furious. He never thought that Gu Fei, who was only at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, could destroy his natal Dao artifact with a single stomp. That was no ordinary life Dao treasure, but an extreme Dao life Dao treasure. Do you think that you can do whatever you want in the heavenly realm and the human realm just because you have the physique of an extreme Dao? Gu Fei looked at the mysterious man and said disapprovingly, "Isn't that so? The quasi-supreme beings who have died in my hands have already lost count." The mysterious person said coldly. The greater demons in the ancestral land were shocked to hear this. Was this guy the rumored quasi-supreme assassin? Many quasi-supremes were killed in the heaven realm, but no one knew who did it. From the looks of it, it was very likely that this guy killed those quasi-supremes. Unfortunately, you met me. Gu Fei sighed. Ordinary quasi-sovereigns, or even peak quasi-sovereigns, would not be a match for this fellow from the primogenitor realm. The Wood clan of the primogenitor realm might have built a fixed passage to the primogenitor realm in the heaven realm. Such a passage shouldn't exist. Gu Fei had no intention of returning to the primogenitor realm, so he wanted to destroy these passages. Is that so? The mysterious person stared at Gu Fei with a murderous look. He wanted to tear Gu Fei into pieces, but he had to be careful. This Gu Fei had destroyed his natal Dao weapon with a single stomp. Stop talking nonsense. Come here and let me beat you to death. Gu Fei crooked his finger at the mysterious person. Damn it! The mysterious person was so angry that he laughed. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and punched out. Boom! The void in front of him exploded, and a figure rushed out. The 2 figures moved quickly in the void. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. How is this possible? How is this possible? The mysterious person from the Wood clan of the primogenitor realm was shocked to the extreme. This Gu Fei was only at the peak quasi-supreme level, but he had a strong physique that could compete with his extreme path constitution. How was this possible? If he could recover his extreme path cultivation, wouldn't he be invincible among his peers? Nothing's impossible. Gu Fei said as he attacked. Boom! His fist smashed through the void and slammed into the mysterious man's body. The mysterious person's supernatural power was interesting. His body seemed to have no substance. When Gu Fei's fist hit it, it was like hitting nothingness. Interesting. Gu Fei continued to attack and hit the mysterious person again and again. He wanted to see what this guy was capable of. Dazzling divine light constantly rushed out of the mysterious person's body and pierced through Gu Fei. Every ray of divine light was like a peerless divine spear, easily piercing through the void. The immortal mountains in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan were hit by the divine light and exploded. Gu Fei naturally could not be hit. One should know that he was Gu Fei and had the fastest speed in the world. The divine light that rushed out of the mysterious person's body could not even touch the corner of his clothes. The heaven-treading steps that Gu Fei created was definitely the fastest combat technique in the world. Every step he took, not even a shadow could be seen in the void. Even the mysterious person from the Wood clan was the same. The moment Gu Fei moved, he could not catch Gu Fei's figure at all. What a fast movement technique! The mysterious person could not help but be surprised. Vine of the Void, I didn't expect this. Gu Fei smiled. At this moment, he already knew what this guy was. Vine of the Void. Even in the ancestral realm, the Vine of the Void was an extremely rare existence. A Vine of the Void that could cultivate to the extreme supremacy realm was even more unique. Even Gu Fei, who had once dominated the ancestral realm, had only seen a Vine of the Void that cultivated to the extreme supremacy realm. You, the mysterious person, was shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei could see through his real body. A quasi-supremacy could see through the extreme supremacy realm? You're just using the void divine ability to disperse my power. Gu Fei moved quickly in the void, dodging the rays of divine light that shot towards him. So what? Can you break it? The mysterious person said coldly. Huh. Gu Fei laughed. It's just a small trick. I'll break your mystique now. As Gu Fei spoke, he threw a punch at the mysterious man. A ball of divine light appeared on his fist. This ball of divine light was different from the others. It actually shattered the beams of divine light that shot towards it and directly smashed into the body of the Void Vine. Humph. You want to hurt me? Dream on. The mysterious person was disdainful. He was an extreme supremacy. Even if his cultivation base was sealed, he was still a genuine extreme supremacy. As an extreme supremacy, he naturally had the pride of an extreme supremacy. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze, and he revealed a look of disbelief. How? In the next moment, before he could even finish his sentence, he was smashed into two by Gu Fei's punch. His entire body was smashed into two. Then, the mysterious person revealed his true form. A purple vine that was many times larger than a mountain ridge appeared between heaven and earth. No, it should be said that there were two of them, because this vine had already been split into two by Gu Fei's punch. This is the great demons in the demon clan's ancestral land all ran out. When they saw the Vine of the Void, they were all dumbfounded. The power of the void surged out from the Vine of the Void, causing the surrounding void to constantly distort. Everything that came into contact with the distorted void would immediately shatter and turn into dust. Some of the great demons could not dodge in time and were directly smashed into pieces by the power of the void. They turned into a cloud of blood mist, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. All the great demons were extremely frightened, and they all turned around to escape. This level of power was not something they could contend against. Only a freak like Gu Fei could fight against these guys endlessly. If the old tortoise was here, he might be able to protect them. However, the old tortoise had not returned yet. At this moment, the old tortoise, who was celebrating the flattening of the 100,000 demon mountains, suddenly waved his right hand. A flame immediately descended from the sky and landed in his hand. What? The next moment, the old tortoise's expression changed drastically. Those bastards actually attacked my clan's sacred land while I was away. The old tortoise was furious. The flame just now was a flame messenger talisman. He already knew everything. If it were not for Gu Fei blocking the attack, the demon clan's ancestral land would have fallen long ago. The invaders were peerlessly powerful and could actually fight against Gu Fei endlessly. This shocked the old tortoise. He was well aware of Gu Fei's capabilities. That guy could actually fight against Gu Fei and not be killed. Could it be that an extreme grade supreme being had personally come? However, it was impossible for the extreme grade supreme being to appear in the heaven realm and the human realm. Sister-in-law, you have to go with me. Shaoqing, stay here and don't return to the ancestral land for now. After giving instructions to Shaoqing, the old tortoise and Yen directly disappeared into the void. Shaoqing still did not know what had happened. He could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw the old tortoise and Yen suddenly leaving. people from other forces were also baffled. However, people from other forces soon received the news that the demon clan's ancestral land had been breached. Everyone was extremely shocked. No wonder the old tortoise left in such a hurry. It turned out that his lair had been breached. Preposterous! Shaoqing was shocked and angry. However, he had to obey the old tortoise's orders and could not return. The old tortoise was protecting him. The invaders were peerlessly powerful. No one knew that the people who breached the demon clan's ancestral land did not want to exterminate the demon clan. Instead, they were targeting Gufei. This, when the old tortoise and Yen-Er returned to the demon clan's ancestral land, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. There was a large cauldron that was blooming with endless divine flames in front of them. Within the large cauldron, there was a vine that wanted to rush out. A figure sat cross-legged on the large cauldron, refining the purple vine in the cauldron with all his might. Chapter 40, 341. The mysterious expert from the Wood Clan of the primogenital world came to the ancestral land of the Demon Clan and wanted to kill Gufei before Gufei regained his invincible cultivation. However, the battle strength that Gufei displayed shocked the mysterious expert. However, when the old tortoise and Yen-Er received the news and rushed back to the ancestral land of the Demon Clan, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. A giant cauldron emitting endless divine fire floated above the ancestral land of the Demon Clan. A terrifying heat wave surged from the cauldron. An entire world seemed to be boiling. Even people tens of thousands of miles away felt extremely hot. The old tortoise and Yen-Er were dumbfounded. They thought that it was Gufei who made the move. But when they returned to the ancestral land of the Demon Clan, they saw that it was Guling who made the move. What's going on? The old tortoise was shocked. Guling was sitting cross-legged on the 9 Phoenix cauldron, activating it with all her might to refine the powerful creature inside. Why did Ling come out of seclusion? Yen exclaimed. Guling fought with the Eastern Sky Tyrant King not long ago, and then directly returned to the ancestral land of the Demon Clan for seclusion. Did she already comprehend? At this time, the feeling that Guling gave off was somewhat different. Her temperament had changed in essence, and her cultivation was already close to Gufei's. Roar! An unwilling roar came from the 9 Phoenix cauldron. The creature inside the cauldron was extremely powerful, and even the 9 Phoenix cauldron could not refine it in a short time. What is that thing? The old tortoise exclaimed in shock. He could feel the tyrannical aura erupting from the 9 Phoenix cauldron. The creature trapped in the cauldron seemed to be a supreme martial artist. At this time, Gufei suddenly appeared beside Yen-Er. How could this be? When did Ling come out of seclusion? Yen-Er asked hurriedly. Ling just came out of seclusion. What do you think? Our daughter is amazing, right? Gufei said proudly. The cultivation and battle strength that Guling displayed surprised him. It could be said that the current Guling had surpassed him in the past. Back then, when he was Ling-Er's age, he didn't have such a powerful cultivation. He was at the peak of the quasi-venerable realm, just a step away from entering the quasi-venerable realm. My niece's comprehension is indeed amazing. Old Tortoise could not help but exclaim. Ling shouldn't be able to suppress the existence in the cauldron, Yen said worriedly. The 9 Phoenix cauldron was only a quasi-paragon Dao artifact. It had yet to evolve into an extreme path Dao artifact. Wanting to use a quasi-paragon Dao artifact to refine a supreme being was very unreliable. It's all right. Gufei was very confident in his daughter. This guy came from the ancestral realm. If I can refine it into an extreme Dao divine pellet, Ling-Er's cultivation will be able to break through to the pinnacle of the quasi-supreme realm. Gufei continued. What? Yen-Er and the old tortoise were taken aback. They could never have imagined that the being sealed in the 9 Phoenix cauldron was actually a being from the primogenitor realm. That was the source of all the worlds in the legends. Yen-Er and the old tortoise had heard of the primogenitor realm from Gu Fei. It was a world where extreme Daos roamed freely. Over there, extreme Daos were the rulers of the world. The great clans there controlled many hunting grounds, and the so-called hunting grounds were great worlds. Using the world as a hunting ground, even the knowledgeable old tortoise found it hard to believe. One had to know that it was already very difficult to be the master of a world. To control several great worlds at the same time, how much power was needed? The old tortoise felt terrified just thinking about it. Extreme Daos Supreme, the old tortoise stared at the 9 phoenix cauldron. He was just guessing earlier. Now he no longer doubted that the being in the 9 phoenix cauldron was a real extreme Daos Supreme. Oh no, if that guy breaks the seal and attracts the power of heavenly punishment, then the old tortoise's expression suddenly changed. Haha, don't worry. That guy wants to restore his extreme Daos cultivation? That's impossible. Gu Fei smiled. You actually have a way to suppress an extreme Daos Supreme. The old tortoise was shocked. Gu Fei smiled but did not say a word. In this world, probably in the heavenly realm or the human world, no one could suppress an extreme Daos Supreme other than him. At this time, inside the 9 phoenix cauldron, the void vine was desperately attacking the 9 phoenix cauldron, trying to break out of it. However, there was a dot of blood light flickering between the brows of the purple-haired young man that the void vine had transformed into. The power that spread from the dot of blood light did not seem very strong, but it suppressed the extreme Daos power within the purple-haired young man's body. How is this possible? How is this possible? The purple-haired young man that the void vine had transformed into could not believe that a drop of Gu Fei's blood essence could seal his extreme Daos cultivation. Could the rumors be true? This guy had actually cultivated to that legendary realm? In this case, even if the purple-haired young man wanted to break the seal and release his extreme Daos power, it would be impossible to attract the power of heavenly punishment and perish together with Guling. Moreover, he could not restore his extreme Daos cultivation, and his Yuan Qi was constantly being refined by the 9 phoenix cauldron. If this continued for too long, only death awaited him. He did not want to die. It turned out that while Gu Fei had been battling the purple-haired young man, Guling had suddenly come out of seclusion. Then Gu Fei and Guling had joined forces to seal the purple-haired young man into the 9 phoenix cauldron. This guy was too confident. He thought that a mere quasi-supreme Tao artifact could not trap him at all. Who would have thought that the 9 phoenix cauldron was not an ordinary quasi-supreme Tao artifact? The materials used to form the 9 phoenix cauldron were peerless divine materials that even an extreme Daos supremacy would covet. The 9 phoenix cauldron was a Tao artifact that could evolve into an extreme Daos Tao artifact. In addition, the purple-haired young man's cultivation had been sealed by a drop of eternal true blood that Gu Fei had nurtured from the eternal true bone. After being sucked into the 9 phoenix cauldron, it was impossible for the purple-haired young man to break out of the seal. Damn it! The purple-haired young man used all his means, but he still could not break out of the 9 phoenix cauldron. This made him feel despair. However, it was not that easy for these guys to refine him. The purple-haired young man sat down cross-legged and used his mysterious technique to resist the power of the 9 phoenix cauldron. You want to waste time with me? Guling, who was sitting cross-legged on the 9 phoenix cauldron, could not help but sneer. He could afford to waste time, but his opponent definitely could not. At this time, the battle in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan had alarmed countless experts. The ancestral grounds of the demon clan had countless spies from various forces in the celestial realm. It was impossible for such a huge commotion to go unnoticed. Soon, powerful figures appeared in the vicinity of the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. Supreme cauldron refinement. How bold! An ancient existence could not help but exclaim when he saw the real situation in the 9 phoenix cauldron. Chapter 43-42. In the entire history of cultivation in the heaven realm, refining a supreme being had never happened before. One should know that it was an extreme grade supreme. Who could be so powerful as to throw an invincible extreme grade supreme into the cauldron and refine him? This is crazy. Countless experts who received the news were dumbfounded. That extreme grade supreme is too useless. He's an extreme grade supreme. Someone said in disbelief, one should know that he was an extreme grade supreme, the strongest existence in the world. Rumble, the 9-phoenix cauldron, kept vibrating, and an extremely tyrannical power rippled out from the cauldron. However, although the power was strong, it could not break the 9-phoenix cauldron. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the 9-phoenix cauldron. The divine fire from the Tao patterns caused the surrounding void to distort and be annihilated. Although Gu Ling gave it his all, he could not refine the void vine in the cauldron in a short time. At that moment, countless figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Monstrous demonic qi surged over, causing the weather to change and the sun and moon to dim. That bastard Shaoqing, why is he back? Old Tortoise turned around and stared at the countless demon clan creatures that were rushing over like a black cloud. The one leading them was Old Tortoise's proud disciple, Shaoqing. Shaoqing wore armor and held a black rod in his hand. He led the demon clan army from afar majestically. His murderous aura shook the heavens and the earth. The experts near the demon clan's ancestral ground were very worried. Some of them retreated right away. Didn't I tell you to rest over there? Old Tortoise's gaze fell on Shaoqing. Master! Shaoqing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Old Tortoise. All right, you're back. Old Tortoise waved his sleeve and kept the demon clan army into his inner world. Seeing that his master did not blame him, Shaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Shaoqing was also stunned by the scene in front of him. It was impossible for Gu Ling to refine the existence within the 9-phoenix cauldron so quickly. However, everyone was extremely nervous because this was unprecedented in the heavenly realm's cultivation world. Another 10 to 12 hours passed. The energy fluctuations from the 9-phoenix cauldron were still as strong as ever. It did not seem to have weakened at all. How long will it take to completely refine that guy? Old Tortoise said. This time, the demon clan's ancestral land was badly damaged. There were collapsed buildings everywhere, and more than a dozen divine mountains had also collapsed. Only Mount Zulong remained standing. However, no one left. Everyone wanted to witness a miracle. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distant sky. The next moment, the void tens of thousands of miles away from the ancestral land of the demon race suddenly exploded, and a beam of divine light rushed out of the broken void. Then, extremely powerful figures strode out from the void that had been torn open. That is, everyone was indescribably shocked. Damn it! Hurry up and release my honorable lord. As soon as those people came out, they directly rushed towards the demon clan's ancestral land. Release your head. Gu Fei directly threw a punch at the leader. The leader's body paused for a moment. The next moment, with a bang, he directly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The rest of the guys were shocked, and then they all stopped. How is this possible? The souls of the purple-haired young man's subordinates were trembling. The other party had only used one blow to kill their leader. I'll send you on your way. Shaoqing roared and directly attacked the purple-haired young man's subordinates. That was a dozen or so holy venerable rankers. Little Qing actually wanted to fight them all alone, causing the Heaven Realm rankers who were watching the show to be extremely shocked. Boom! Shaoqing was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He directly rushed into the group of people. In the next moment, 2 experts from the ancestral realm were swept away by his staff. They continuously coughed up blood in the air. Go, kill him. The group of people was shocked, but immediately reacted. Boom! Wham! Several holy venerate Tao treasures attacked Shaoqing at the same time. Humph! The corner of Xiaoqing's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the next moment he swept the black staff in his hand, and the holy venerate Tao treasures that were attacking him directly exploded. Several holy venerables directly vomited blood and were sent flying. From the ancestral realm, can't even withstand a single blow. Shaoqing was extremely domineering. He attacked left and right, beating the dozen or so holy venerables from the primogenitor realm into a sorry state. Almost no one could block a single strike from him. Clang! At this moment, someone from the side blocked the black staff in Shaoqing's hand. "Little guy, you're too arrogant," a voice rang out beside Shaoqing. Shaoqing turned around and saw that the person who blocked his staff was already thin and small. His arms were very long, almost reaching the ground. He looked like a monkey. This guy was holding a battle spear in his hand. So what if I'm arrogant? Shaoqing did not care. He directly swung the black staff in his hand at the monkey-like guy, and a powerful energy wave spread out from the black staff. Die! The monkey-like guy also raised the battle spear in his hand and directly blocked Shaoqing's black staff. Then his battle spear was like a poisonous snake, piercing towards Shaoqing's forehead. Swish! Shaoqing's figure instantly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the monkey-like guy's head. 8 desolation steps. Shaoqing directly used the 8 desolation steps and stomped down on the guy's head. Rumble! A powerful force burst out from under little Qing's feet, and the void beneath her feet was faintly discernible with lightning. What? The expert from the ancestral realm was shocked. Without any suspense, he was directly stomped down from the sky by Shaoqing's foot. Boom! Like a meteorite falling from the sky, the guy directly smashed a bottomless hole in the ground. "Brother, my disciple is not bad, right?" Old Tortoise said to Gu Fei. His tone was very proud. "Hee, compared to my daughter, he is far inferior." Gu Fei said with a smile, "Your whole family is a bunch of perverts." Old Tortoise sighed. Whether it was Gu Fei himself, his daughter, or Yin they were peerless and powerful. They reached the peak of the heaven realm and were only one step away from becoming an extreme supremacy. At this moment, the expert, who was stomped down by Shaoqing, rushed out from the ground. Chapter 43. Shaoqing was incomparably domineering. He single-handedly killed 13 heavenly venerates from the primogenitor realm. These 13 heavenly venerates were the subordinates of the Void Vine. In fact, these 13 heavenly venerates were just servants of the Void Vine. The Wood Clan's Void Paragon had brought these 13 servants with him to the heavenly realm, the world where the Wood Clan had suffered heavy casualties. There were few existences in the heavenly realm who had cultivated the Void Great Tao to the extreme. Some of them had even become extreme Tao Supremes. The Void Vine of the Wood Clan was also a paragon. It deserved to be called the Void Paragon. After little Qing got rid of all the servants that the Void Exalt had brought, only the Void Exalt, who was trapped in the 9 Phoenix Cauldron, was left from the primogenitor realm. Oh no! Old Turtle's expression suddenly changed. Shaoqing had killed all these fellows. He didn't know where the Wood Race's transboundary passage to the heavenly realm was. A transboundary passage wasn't something an ordinary force could set up. As a great race in the primogenitor realm, the Wood Race didn't just want to turn the heavenly realm into their hunting ground. They even wanted to conquer the human world. Countless years ago, the Wood Race had already discovered the existence of the heavenly realm. At that time, the heavenly realm's cultivation world was extremely powerful and had repelled the invading Wood Race experts. The Wood Race naturally wasn't satisfied. They would send people to the heavenly realm every once in a while, but they were repelled by the heavenly realm's cultivation world every time. Now, the Void Prime had personally come to the heavenly realm. However, no one had expected that a supremacy from the primogenitor realm would actually be trapped in a cauldron. "Let me out!" The Void Prime's voice came from the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. Rumble! The 9 Phoenix Cauldron shook violently. Countless ancient Tao patterns on the cauldron were activated. These Tao patterns directly attracted the purest fire elemental essence energy in the world. 9 divine phoenixes faintly appeared on the 9-phoenix cauldron. Inside the cauldron was an endless sea of fire. In the middle of this sea of fire, a figure was constantly struggling and roaring. Powerful energy, fluctuations erupted from this figure. The entire sea of fire was boiling. Just a single strand of this divine flame was enough to destroy a mountain range. However, such a powerful divine flame couldn't even burn the body of the Void Sovereign. A ball of divine light surged out from the Void Supremacy's body, blocking the surrounding divine flames. However, the essence of the Void Exalt's body continued to leak out, fusing into the surrounding divine flames. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the Void Exalt was refined by the 9-phoenix cauldron. This was something that the Void Exalt was well aware of. However, there was nothing the Void Sovereign could do at this moment. A speck of blood-red light was faintly visible between his brows, and the power radiating from the blood-red light was forcefully suppressing the extreme Tao power in his body. This caused him to be extremely depressed. Within the 9-phoenix cauldron, the Void Exalt roared towards the heavens, occasionally reverting to his original form and occasionally turning into the purple-haired youth. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. He simply could not break the 9-phoenix cauldron. "You want to come out after entering my cauldron?" Gu Ling, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the 9-phoenix cauldron, said indifferently. She, who had just come out of seclusion, had a huge improvement in her cultivation. She wanted to test out the results of her seclusion. If she could refine the fellow in the cauldron, her cultivation would be able to rush to the peak of the quasi-supreme stage. Peak of the quasi-supreme stage. Gu Ling was extremely excited just thinking about it. At this moment, there were more and more experts gathering outside the demon clan's ancestral grounds. All the major forces in the heaven realm had sent people over, and there were even peak of the quasi-supreme stage appearing near the demon clan's ancestral grounds. No one knew how many experts had arrived in the dark. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of divine light suddenly broke through the void and shot towards Gu Ling in the sky at an extremely fast speed. What? Gu Fei was instantly enraged when he saw this. These people really didn't know what was good for them. They actually dared to attack his daughter? Buzz! Just as the resplendent beam of light was about to pierce Gu Ling, the shadow of a set of god armor appeared on her body. The ray of divine light directly collided with the shadow of the godly armor and exploded. A battle spear appeared in front of everyone. Gu Ling waved her hand, and the battle spear landed in her hand. She stretched out her hand and swiped it across the spear, directly erasing a brand on it. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. It was just a shadow of a godly armor, but it actually blocked the attack of the battle spear. It was really unbelievable. "You're courting death." At this moment, Gu Fei made his move. His right hand directly grabbed towards the direction of the godly armor, and the void in front of him immediately shattered. A figure rushed out from the shattered void. This person directly turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky. "Get down here." Gu Fei grabbed towards the ray of divine light again. The ray of divine light immediately flew back to him and was held in his hand. "Speak. Who ordered you to do this?" Gu Fei's hand tightened, and he almost grabbed this guy to death. "Gu Fei, go to hell!" That person roared, and in the next moment, his body emitted a dazzling divine light. Boom! He actually self-destructed. The terrifying power of destruction instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Old Tortoise and Yen who were at the side, were shocked and wanted to retreat. However, the destructive power of the person's self-destruction did not spread, and it was actually devoured by Gu Fei. The person who sneak-attacked Gu Ling was a quasi-supreme. Even Old Tortoise and Yen had to retreat when a quasi-supreme blew himself up, but Gu Fei was a freak. He could even refine the demonic power of the 10 absolute demon star, let alone the power of this little guy's self-destruction. Why are there so many people in the world who overestimate their own capabilities? Gu Fei sighed. This guy chose to self-destruct, and his physical body and primordial spirit were completely destroyed. It was also impossible for Gu Fei to find the mastermind through the soul-searching technique. Will you die if you don't show off? Old Tortoise laughed and scolded. Who is it? Gu Fei ignored Old Tortoise. He had many enemies in the heaven realm, such as the descendants of the heavenly demon and the remnants of the primordial era. These were all his great enemies. In the southern region of the heaven realm, the fire race also had some grievances with him. The ones who posed the greatest threat to Gu Fei were the people from the primogenitor's realm. No one knew when the people from the primogenitor's realm would cross over. Of course, as long as the power of heaven's punishment still existed, the heaven realm and the human realm would not be occupied by the great clans of the ancestral realm and become their hunting grounds. Seeing that the self-destruction of a quasi-supreme could not hurt Gu Fei at all the heaven realm experts were a little dumbfounded. This Gu Fei was really strong and crazy enough. This guy is known as a peerless savage. Seeing him today, he is indeed savage. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 43:44. Gu Fei, let me go. Otherwise, I'll send news that you're still alive back to the primogenitor's realm. The voice of the Wood Clan's supreme, Void Prime, resounded from the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Even Gu Ling couldn't help but look at her father. Haha, you think you can send news back to the primogenitor's realm? Who are you trying to fool? Gu Fei laughed. He knew that if Void Prime really did send news of him being in the heavenly realm back to the primogenitor's realm, he would be in big trouble. In the past, Gu Fei fought with the first demon ancestor. The first demon ancestor was a supreme existence in the eternal realm. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, the first demon ancestor sacrificed his life to send Gu Fei into the cycle of reincarnation. After sending Gu Fei into the cycle of reincarnation, the first demon ancestor's body and soul were destroyed. This was a loss that the demons of the primogenitor's realm couldn't bear. If the demons of the primogenitor's realm knew that their old ancestor had died in vain, they would go crazy. Don't force me, Void Prime said fiercely. So what if I force you? Gu Fei didn't think much of it. Did this guy think he was an eternal sovereign, that he could easily cross realms? Preposterous, since that's the case. Before the Void Sovereign in the Nine Phoenix Cauldron could finish his words, a shocking fluctuation erupted from the Nine Phoenix Cauldron and visible ripples appeared in the space around the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. Sensing the energy fluctuations erupting from the Nine Phoenix Cauldron, Gu Fei's face changed. He wanted to help Gu Ling suppress this energy. However, the energy only lasted for a moment before disappearing completely. However, just as the extremely tyrannical power disappeared, an almost invisible ray of divine light pierced through the Nine Phoenix Cauldron and disappeared into the void. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Did that guy really send news back to the primogenitor's realm? Did you see that? Gu Fei asked Old Tortoise. See what? Old Tortoise said with a frown. What about you? Did you see it? Gu Fei then asked Yen Er. One had to know that Yen Er was a peak quasi-supreme being, and her cultivation was even higher than the Old Tortoise's. What happened? Yen said. You didn't see it? Gu Fei was very surprised. He was the only one who saw the divine light that rushed out from the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. Good move. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of the primogenitor realm's supreme being, even with his eternal true blood suppressing his extreme cultivation, he was still able to send news back to the primogenitor realm. It was truly inconceivable. At this time, within the Nine Phoenix Cauldron, the Void Exalt's aura rapidly weakened. A supreme being of a generation had fallen just like that. In order to send the news back to the primogenitor realm, Void Exalt had sacrificed his life. In the end, a divine pill flew out from the Nine Phoenix cauldron and landed in Gu Fei's hand. It's not a supreme divine pill. Gu Fei shook his head. Even if he refined the Void Vine, he still couldn't condense it into a supreme divine pill. That was because the Void Vine had already used up most of its origin energy. However, even if the divine pill in Gu Fei's hand wasn't a supreme divine pill, it could still be a quasi-supreme divine pill. Father! At this time, Guling kept the Nine Phoenix cauldron and came in front of Gu Fei. You're indeed my daughter! Gu Fei looked at Guling with gratification. You must be tired. Yan looked at Guling dotingly and said, I'm not tired. Guling hugged Yan Er's hand and said, they didn't look like mother and daughter at all, but more like sisters. This family, the Heaven Realm experts who were watching from afar, felt somewhat complicated when they saw the scene. We'll talk when we get back. The old tortoise took a step forward and rushed into the depths of the demon race's ancestral land. Let's go. Gu Fei waved his sleeves and chased after the old tortoise with Yan and Guling Shaoqing was stunned. Wait for me. Little Qing shouted and rushed over with her legs wide open. Although the demon race's ancestral land was badly damaged, some places were not affected by the battle. The mountain where the demon race's ancestral hall was located was unaffected. They directly returned to the ancestral hall. Just as Gu Fei and the others returned to the demon race's ancestral hall, a piece of news spread rapidly among the cultivators in the primogenitor realm. What? Gu Fei is not. That demon is still alive. After the news of Gu Fei's survival spread, the entire cultivation world in the primogenitor realm was in an uproar. Back then, Gu Fei and the first demon of the primogenitor realm fought a battle that resulted in both sides suffering. Moreover, the first demon of the primogenitor realm paid with his life. If Gu Fei was really alive, there would be a good show to watch. Gu Fei was sent into reincarnation by the old ancestor. How can he still be alive? In the primogenitor realm, a heroic voice came from a valley where the demons resided. In the valley, two demonic figures were faintly discernible. It's better to be careful. Send someone to take a look. One of the demonic figures said. All right, the other demonic figure nodded. At this moment, in the ancestral lands of the various factions in the primogenitor realm, there were supreme experts who walked out. Regardless of whether Gu Fei was alive or dead, they had to make this trip. One must know that back then, Gu Fei had fought everywhere in the primogenitor realm and conquered a huge territory. There were also many supremes who submitted to him. How did Master die? Those fellows are really stupid. In the primogenitor realm, Gu Fei's subordinates gathered together. They wanted to make a comeback, but the various factions in the primogenitor realm had joined forces to deal with Gu Fei's remaining forces. Black Wind Supremacy, Shooting Sun Supremacy, and the others were already forced into a corner. When will Master come back and lead us to conquer everywhere? Gu Fei's subordinates were enduring. It was not an easy task for the people in the primogenitor realm to eliminate the so-called remaining forces of Gu Fei. One must know that back then, Gu Fei had slaughtered so many people in the primogenitor realm. Be it the Celestial tribe or the Chu tribe, they were all defeated by him. It was definitely not easy for them to recover. This was also the reason why Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others could last until now. Boom! On the third day after the battle in the ancestral lands of the demon race, following a loud noise, the void above the eastern region of the Heaven Realm collapsed and turned into a spatial passageway. Then, a figure walked out from the spatial passageway. The person's white robe fluttered in the wind. It was a slender and handsome young man. Seeing this scene, everyone was indescribably shocked. Not long after, a loud noise was heard in the western desert. A powerful figure emitting dazzling golden light descended from the sky. Similar things happened in the southern region and the northern region. peerless experts appeared by shattering the void. This was unbelievable. These peerless experts were all at the peak of the quasi-supremes. No one knew if they were supremes. Chapter 40, 345. Along with the fall of the Void Vine Sovereign of the Wood Clan, the Void Sovereign, the Wood Clan of the primogenitor world was finally annihilated. The Void supremacy of the Wood race was courting death. Back then he had hidden in seclusion and managed to avoid this calamity. However, he had encountered Gu Fei in the heavenly realm. It was fine that he had encountered Gu Fei. The funny thing was that he had thought that Gu Fei's cultivation had been reduced during his battle with the first demon of the primogenitor realm, so he had decided to take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Who would have thought that he, the last supremacy of the Wood race, would perish in the end? The fellows in the primogenitor realm were already afraid of the Void supremacy, so they didn't dare to eat a piece of juicy meat like the Wood race. Now that the news of the Void supremacy's death had reached the primogenitor realm, the powerful races immediately swallowed up the Wood race's territory. In the primogenitor realm, a force without a supremacy couldn't last long. The Wood race that the Void supremacy had painstakingly rebuilt suffered a devastating blow. From then on, the Wood race was completely finished. Actually, even if the Wood race's ancestral land had been destroyed by Gu Fei, as long as the Void supremacy was around, the race could still slowly recover and grow stronger. Unfortunately, with the death of the Void Exalt, the Wood tribe also vanished into thin air. Although the Void supremacy of the Wood race had perished, he still wanted to teach Gu Fei a lesson. He had actually used his life as the price to send the news that Gu Fei was still alive back to the primogenitor realm. This left the powerhouses of the primogenitor realm dumbfounded. Even the first demon of the primogenitor realm couldn't kill Gu Fei. Only the Shooting Sun supremacy, the Black Wind supremacy, and the others knew that Gu Fei was still alive and well. After all, if Gu Fei had died, they would have died a long time ago. It should be known that Gu Fei had placed a restriction on their bodies. If the first demon of Gu Fei had perished, the restriction on their bodies would have instantly activated and their bodies and souls would have been destroyed. They had been waiting for Gu Fei's return. However, Gu Fei had been sent into the cycle of reincarnation by the first primogenitor demon. It wouldn't be easy for him to return to the primogenitor's realm. When the Wood tribe's Void supremacy returned, he immediately attacked the Shooting Sun supremacy and the others. The Wood tribe's territory was snatched away by them. At this time, the news that Gu Fei wasn't dead spread. The various forces in the primogenitor realm were shaken, especially those who had enmity with Gu Fei. Back then, Gu Fei had slaughtered in all directions. Even a supreme king was killed by him. The Chu clan's old monster Chu, the Tian clan's old patriarch, and the Li clan's Li Changtian, who were they? Even they were defeated by Gu Fei. Who could be a match for Gu Fei? Only the legendary supreme existence of the Eternal Realm was qualified to be Gu Fei's opponent. Back then, Gu Fei was so awesome. Gu Fei thought that it would take some time for those fellows from the primogenitor's realm to come to the heaven realm. However, no one expected them to come so quickly, especially the demons of the primogenitor's realm. Rumble, one evening, in the middle of the heaven realm, in the sky above a remote mountain range, the void suddenly collapsed. A black hole appeared high up in the sky. A monstrous demonic aura surged out of the black hole. That is, in the mountain range, there was a small sect with only a few thousand people. The sect leader was only a sage. In the heaven realm, a sect that was unrivaled by a quasi-supremacy and only had a sage overseeing it could only be considered a small sect. The sect leader of this small sect never expected that a calamity would suddenly befall them. The demonic aura that suddenly descended from the sky directly turned the entire sect into ferocious demonic creatures. From the sect leader to the disciples guarding the sect, everyone was turned into demonic creatures. Too weak. At this moment, a voice came from the black hole high up in the sky. The demonic aura that surged out from the black hole enveloped the entire mountain range. As long as a living being came into contact with the demonic aura, it would turn into a terrifying demonic creature. Then, a demonic figure walked out of the black hole. Don't look down on the living beings here. That idiot from the wood race died here. Another voice sounded, and another demonic figure walked out of the black hole. As soon as this demonic figure appeared, the black hole behind them began to shrink and finally disappeared into the void, as if it had never appeared. Gu Fei is in this world. A demonic expert said in disbelief. Although this world was also a flawless world, it was classified as a supremacy forbidden area by the major forces of the primogenitor's realm. At some point in time, some paragon forbidden zones had appeared in the myriad worlds. Extreme Tao Supremes who entered those places were in danger of dying. Therefore, the extreme supremacies of the primogenitor's realm would not enter these supremacy forbidden areas unless it was necessary. There shouldn't be any mistake. The other demonic expert said in a deep voice, An unparalleled powerhouse actually hid here. I want to see if this Gu Fei can continue to be invincible. The two quasi-supremacies of the primogenitor's realm immediately erupted with shocking killing intent. Roar! The living beings in the mountain range that had turned into demonic creatures all sprawled on the ground and roared at the sky. Demons? When the two demons of the primogenitor's realm descended on the celestial realm central region, the old antiques of the celestial realm were immediately alarmed. Some of them were extremely shocked. Weren't the celestial realm's demons annihilated by the old tortoise's demon-hunting army? Even the 100,000 demon mountains were destroyed. There was no place for the celestial realm's demons in the celestial realm. Boom! The two demons from the primogenitor's realm were just about to leave when a beam of divine light descended from the sky, piercing through the layers of demonic energy and landing in front of the two demons. Demons, you actually dare to fly in the central region? Do you really think there's no one in my profound heaven, holy land, that can stop you? The newcomer roared. The golden light dissipated, and a powerful figure, shrouded in golden light, appeared in front of the two demons. This person was an old Taoist. This old Taoist was currently glaring at the two demons. These two demons had actually turned all the living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles into demonic creatures. This was a fatal blow to this region. Once the countless demonic creatures in the mountain range rushed out of the mountain range, countless living beings would suffer a calamity. This was the profound heaven, Holy Land's territory. They couldn't allow the demons to act so wantonly. How dare you? Do you know who we are? How dare you act so presumptuously in front of us? One of the demons said angrily, I don't care who you are. How many demons have died at the hands of the mystic Tharch? Hand over your lives. The old Taoist roared and immediately attacked. Chapter 43:46. The mystic Tharch was an emperor from the Heaven Realm's central region. He came from the profound Heaven Holy Land, but he did not stay there. Instead, he left for Mount Qi. The Heaven Realm's Mount Qi was 100,000 miles away from the profound Heaven Holy Land's ancestral land. However, it was less than 10,000 miles away from the mountain range where the primogenitor demons had appeared. The moment the primogenitor devil races, two quasi-paragons appeared. The mystic Tharch could already sense their presence. The mystic Tharch had not taken action during the previous invasion of the Heaven Realm by the extreme, mysterious realm. He had lost to the profound Heaven Holy Leader in the fight for the position of sacred leader of the profound Heaven Holy Land. In a fit of anger, he had left the profound Heaven Holy Land and gone to Mount Qi. However, he did not establish a sect. He still considered himself a disciple of the profound Heaven Holy Land. The area he ruled was naturally within the profound Heaven Holy Land's sphere of influence. Although the mystic Tharch could not become the sacred leader of the profound Heaven Holy Land, he could put aside all distracting thoughts and focus on cultivation on Mount Qi. Today, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He had already surpassed the current profound Heaven Holy Leader. The mystic Tharch had some grudges with the profound Heaven Holy Leader and did not want to meet him. He could not see the profound Heaven Holy Leader where the mystic Tharch was. He could not see the profound Heaven Holy Leader where the profound Heaven Holy Leader was. At this time, a demon had actually barged into his territory. The mystic Tharch naturally could not sit back and do nothing. Buzz! The sound of a sword was like a dragon's cry. The mystic Tharch waved his right hand, and a supreme sword light immediately rushed out of his body towards the two demons. How dare you, lowly beings from the lower realm, attack us? You must have a death wish. The two progenitor devils were enraged. One of them opened his mouth and inhaled, wanting to swallow the sword light that was coming at him in one gulp. Humph! You are the ones seeking death. The mystic Tharch sneered. He allowed the demon to swallow his sword light. Such pure sword Tao power. After swallowing the mystic Tharka's sword light, the demon licked his lips as if he had not had enough. Ha! These lowly beings overestimate themselves. The other demon laughed disdainfully. Humph! What an arrogant fellow. The mystic Tharch was annoyed just looking at these two fellows. In the next moment, a thought came to his mind. Ouch! The demon that had swallowed the mystic Tharka's sword light suddenly clutched its stomach and screamed. How is this possible? The demon couldn't believe it. Sword out! The mystic Tharch shouted as he pointed with his right hand. In the next moment, a sword light broke through the demon's stomach and rushed out. Then, the demon's body split into two and fell from the sky. As it turned out, not only had the sharp sword light split open the demon's stomach, but it had also split the demon from the primogenital world into two. At this moment, the sword light descended, directly crushing the two halves of the devilish lord's body. A quasi-supreme demon lord of the primogenitor demon clan, who had crossed over from the primogenitor realm to the primogenitor demon clan, had died just like that. What? When the other demons saw this, he was stunned. His legs were trembling, and he was terrified to the extreme. They were the high and mighty primogenitor demons. How could they not be a match for these fellows from the lower domain? The remaining demon let out a strange cry, turned around and fled. You are just a low-stage primogenitor demon. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? What a joke! The mystic Tharch laughed in disdain and immediately turned into a sword light and rushed forward. Without any suspense, the remaining primogenitor demons was also killed by the mystic Tharka's sword. After the mystic Tharch killed the two demons, he immediately made a move to kill the countless demons in the mountain range that had been demonized. Just as the mystic Tharch was killing the demons from the primogenitor world, there was a sound of something shattering in one of the demon halls of the primogenitor world. How is this possible? The two demonic figures sitting cross-legged in the devil hall opened their eyes at the same time. They looked towards a certain wall in the hall. There was nothing in the hall, but there were countless holes in the walls, and in the holes there were many palm-sized devil tablets. In the direction that the two demonic figures were looking at, there were two holes in the wall where the devil plates had actually shattered. How is this possible? They just went to the lower domain and they died? Voices of disbelief came from the demon hall. Outrageous, those two pieces of trash. The two demons in the demon hall were shocked and angry. Was the supreme forbidden ground really so evil? Continue to send more people. I don't believe this. One of the demons raged. Unlike the two pieces of trash from the primogenitor demons who went to the heaven domain to show off, the experts sent by the other factions did not die so quickly. At this time, the old tortoise began to rebuild the demon race's ancestral ground. The ancestral ground had been destroyed many important places, especially the defensive array of the demon race's ancestral ground. This time, Gu Fei and the old tortoise joined forces. Not only did they repair the defensive array of the demon race's ancestral ground, but they also increased the power of the defensive array. At this time, even if an extreme grade supreme were to personally take action, It would take a while to break the defensive array of the demon race's ancestral ground. Those people finally found us. On a mountain peak in the demon race's ancestral ground, Gu Fei and the old tortoise stood together. Those people? Could they be from the primogenitor realm? The old tortoise's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. What was so different about the legendary people from the primogenitor realm? Didn't you sense that there are a lot of uninvited guests outside? Gu Fei said with a smile. He was not afraid of the people from the primogenitor realm at all. No matter who came, he was confident that he could fight them, unless the supreme existences of the eternal realm came. It should be known that experts of that realm could directly ignore the power of heaven's punishment. Of course, the supreme existences of that realm would not descend to the lower realm to hunt down Gu Fei. Extraordinary existences like them were rarely interested in anything. Moreover, the most important thing was that Gu Fei did not seem to have offended any supreme existences of the eternal realm, except for the first demon ancestor. The people from the primogenitor realm were all observing. No one wanted to be the first to make a move. The experts of the Chu clan and the Tian clan appeared outside the ancestral ground of the demon race in the heaven realm. These people were extremely shrewd. Even the void supremes had fallen in the heaven realm. How could they be careless? A bunch of timid fellows. It seems that I overestimated the people from the primogenitor realm. The old tortoise sighed. Why don't you go out and play? Gu Fei said with a smile. No, I still want to live for a few more years. The old tortoise quickly shook his head. He did not want to offend the people from the primogenitor realm. After all, he also wanted to go to the primogenitor realm to play. Gu Fei, I know you're inside. Come out and die. Chapter 43-47. The wood race's last sovereign sent news from the heavenly realm that Gu Fei was not dead. When the news that Gu Fei was still alive spread throughout the ancestral realm, it shook the entire realm. Countless people were shocked to the extreme when they heard the news. That guy is not dead. Ancestral realm, Li clan, in the newly rebuilt ancestral grounds. The Li clan's second progenitor was enraged when he heard the news. He smashed the table in front of him. The Li clan was originally a powerful clan in the heaven realm. That was because the Li clan had produced Li Changtian. He was a powerful existence that had achieved eternity. He was a supreme existence that could compete with the Chu clan's old monster Chu and the Tian clan's old clan master. Li Changtian was also one of the strongest opponents Gu Fei had met in the ancestral realm. But in the end, he was still swallowed by Gu Fei. The Li clan's third progenitor also died at the hands of Gu Fei. The most infuriating thing was that Gu Fei had destroyed the Li clan's ancestral grounds. He had devoured all the worldly essence that the Li clan's ancestral grounds had accumulated over countless years, turning it into a barren land. And in front of Gu Fei, the Li clan's second progenitor still had to pretend to be polite. Even if his teeth were crushed, he had to swallow it down with his blood. It was too sullen. However, the Li clan's second progenitor was a formidable character. Even though he had killed his brothers with Gu Fei, he still endured it. This was truly admirable. After Gu Fei defeated Li Changtian, old monster Chu, and the Sky clan's old clan lord, he did not destroy the three clans. Instead, he destroyed the Li clan's and Sky clan's ancestral grounds. The Chu clan's ancestral grounds had been turned into ruins by the Locust clan. Although the three clans were nearly defeated by Gu Fei, their foundations were not to be underestimated. Even without their former strength, they could not be underestimated. Currently, the Li clan, Chu clan, and Sky clan had rebuilt their ancestral grounds in the ancestral realm. As long as there were still extreme grade utmost beings holding down the fort, they would not truly decline. If there were no extreme grade utmost beings holding down the fort, it would be dangerous. The primogenitor realm's southern regions, extreme Tao Supremes were almost all killed by Gu Fei. After the Locust tribe's chaos, the entire southern region's major forces suffered great losses. Without tens of thousands of years of recuperation, it was impossible for him to recover. And now Gu Fei was still alive. This made everyone who had a grudge against Gu Fei feel uneasy. With Gu Fei's personality, once he returned to the primogenitor's world, the first thing he would do would probably be to destroy the demons of the primogenitor's world. Back then, the first demon ancestor had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation and beat him into it. Therefore, when the demons of the ancestral realm received the news, they immediately took action. It wasn't difficult to find out where Gu Fei was. They only needed to know where the last unlucky supreme being of the wood race had gone. Gu Fei, come out and die. In the heaven realm, outside the demon clan's ancestral land, an old voice sounded. Demonic energy is soaring. Who is it? Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei. Ancestor demon. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, What? Old Tortoise stumbled and almost fell. An ancestor demon from the primogenitor's world? That was an existence above the extreme Tao Supremes. This was bad. TCH, look at your cowardly face. You still want to go to the primogenitor's world? Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and mocked. If you're not a coward, then go out and take care of that guy for me to see. Old Tortoise looked displeased. Since you're not coming out, then I can only go in and drag you out. The old voice from outside sounded again. Ha! Stop acting in front of me. I didn't even care about the first demon ancestor back then, much less a little demon like you. Gu Fei suddenly laughed. You? Outside, the ancestor demon was furious. The whole world suddenly darkened as if night had fallen. A terrifying demonic aura came from outside the demon clan's ancestral land. All the creatures in the ancestral land were frightened to the extreme. Ancestor, great demon. Gu Fei smiled. You can still smile at this time? The old tortoise was shocked. The demonic aura coming from the outside was too powerful. Rumble, in the depths of the sky, there was a burst of thunder. A terrifying destructive power was about to break out. Is that guy crazy? He actually dared to use the extreme Tao power in the heaven realm. Old Tortoise exclaimed, Has this demon broken through to the half-step eternal realm? Gu Fei was a little surprised. Only by breaking through to that realm could one ignore the power of heavenly punishment. However, which step had the ancestor great demon taken? It should be known that it was absolutely not easy to take that step. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Sure enough, the powerful demonic power outside was rapidly weakening. In the end, the ancestor great demon didn't really trigger the power of heavenly punishment. Initially, Gu Fei was still worried, but now he was smiling. Under the extreme Tao, I'm invincible. If the ancestor great demon didn't use the power of the extreme Tao, then he might not be able to return to the ancestral realm today. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise. The entire demon clan's ancestral land trembled. The mountain peaks outside the ancestral land instantly collapsed. The guardian array of the demon clan's ancestral land blocked this sudden attack. In the void, countless array patterns emerged. Ancient Tao diagrams appeared in the void, enveloping the entire demon clan's ancestral land. On these Tao diagrams, there were traces of primal chaos chi. Primal chaos Feng Tian diagram. The ancestor great demon was shocked. This primal chaos Feng Tian diagram was the #1 Tao artifact of the Wood Clan. This extreme Tao artifact was extremely powerful and could contend with the power of heavenly punishment. No wonder you are so fearless. Outside the demon clan's ancestral land, amidst the surging demonic chi, 2 blood-colored demonic lights flickered. The ancestor great demon's aged voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Gu Fei had once dominated the ancestral realm and obtained many extreme Tao artifacts. If you have the ability, then come in. Gu Fei still had a calm expression. You dare to look down on me? The primogenitor great fiend was on the verge of going crazy. Back then, The 9 of them had joined forces to summon the first primogenitor great fiend. But after the first primogenitor great fiend perished, the 9 of them became street rats and were chased everywhere. Among the 9 great ancestor great demons, 3 great ancestor great demons perished under the pursuit of the supremes of the ancestral realm. Back then, there were 12 ancestor great demons in the ancestral demon domain, but now only 6 were left. Moreover, these 6 great ancestor great demons were greatly injured and had all gone into hiding. The ancestor great demon left the ancestral realm and descended to the heaven realm to settle scores with Gu Fei. This was already a huge risk. I am not looking down on you, but I have never placed you in my eyes. Gu Fei said expressionlessly, "Roar." The ancestor great demon roared towards the sky. "Very well. Do you think that I can't do anything to you? There are many people in the ancestral realm who want you dead. As long as I send the news that you are here back, you are dead for sure." The ancestor great demon gritted his teeth and said, "Is that so? Whatever." As Gu Fei spoke, he turned around and walked towards the depths of the demon clan's ancestral land. He no longer cared about the ancestor great demon outside. This brother of mine is too amazing. Chapter 40, 348. Gu Fei completely disregarded the primogenitor great demon, which had dominated the ancestral realm for countless years, almost drove him crazy. However, in addition to the extreme Tao level protective array, there was also the primal chaos heaven ceiling diagram, a super extreme Tao treasure. Even the primogenitor great demon had no confidence in breaking through the ancestral realm. Moreover, this world was the extreme Tao forbidden area. Extreme Tao power could not be used here. Once it was used, it would attract the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment could threaten extreme Tao supremes. Although the primogenitor great demon's demonic might was unparalleled, he was not willing to take the risk because he had never heard of anyone surviving after using extreme Tao power in the extreme Tao forbidden area. Gu Fei, just you wait. The primogenitor great demon left furiously. What should we do? The primogenitor great demon's words could not suppress Gu Fei, but it could suppress the old turtle. If the primogenitor great demon attracted Gu Fei's enemies in the ancestral realm, it would be terrible. The old turtle could not remain calm and hurriedly chased after Gu Fei. At this time, in the ancestral realm, apart from the old turtle's subordinates, Guling and Yen had already entered Gu Fei's inner world. Guling wanted to refine the half-step extreme Tao divine pill obtained from refining the wood race's last supremes. Yen wanted to protect Guling. That quasi-supreme divine pill could definitely allow Guling's cultivation to break through to the quasi-supreme realm. Sure enough, not long after the primogenitor great demon left, powerful figures continuously appeared in the vicinity of the ancestral realm. Each figure was extremely powerful. Most importantly, these experts were not living beings of the heaven realm, but from other worlds. Where did these people come from? The old antiques of the heaven realm were indescribably shocked. In the past few days, countless experts had suddenly appeared in the heaven realm, causing the major forces of the heaven realm to be extremely nervous. At this time, the old antiques of the heaven realm realized that experts from the outer world could travel between the heaven realm and the outer world. All the experts from the heaven realm were watching. In this extreme Tao forbidden area, everyone had to be careful and not be careless. At this time, the atmosphere in the southern region of the heaven realm was extremely tense. The entire southern region was like a barrel of explosives. With just a spark, it would explode. Those people outside are so bored. The lazy voice of the old tortoise rang out from the ancestral hall of the demon clan. Those fellows are extremely shrewd. They won't make a move before they figure out the truth about me, Gu Fei said calmly. Then let's just continue like this, ha. Old tortoise laughed. It won't take long. Gu Fei knew very well that it wouldn't be long before those fellows made their move. How could the old tortoise imagine the methods of those fellows from the primogenitor realm? You mean those guys outside are going to start? Old Tortoise became nervous when he heard that. With me here, what are you afraid of? Gouffé looked at Old Tortoise with a faint smile. Ugh! Old Tortoise was speechless. This guy's pretentious skills were above his own. He had no choice but to look at Gouffé in a new light. Another peaceful day passed. However, soon news came from outside that the mysterious experts who had crossed realms had begun to attack the major forces of the heaven realm. An expert covered in a vast and mighty aura of fire directly destroyed the mountain gate of the profound heaven holy land. He broke into the ancestral grounds of the profound heaven holy land and captured the profound heaven holy lord. In less than half a day, the profound heaven holy land submitted. On the same day, the Tai Ching Holy Land was conquered. The Li clan of the heaven realm collapsed and submitted to the Li clan of the primogenitor realm. The Chu clan of the heaven realm submitted to the Chu clan of the primogenitor realm. The 9 clans of the Shili clan of the heaven realm submitted to the heavenly clan of the primogenitor realm. The major forces of the primogenitor realm began to nurture their own representatives in the heaven realm. However, not all forces were willing to submit. Some forces resisted fiercely and were destroyed by the experts of the primogenitor realm. Southern region of the heaven realm, Southern Mountains, God Emperor Song Zhao's Emperor Divine Palace. Song Zhao's expression was solemn as he scanned his subordinates in the palace hall. Dizun, why don't we surrender too? That's right, Dizun. Those people are from the legendary primogenitor upper realm. We are no match for those experts from the primogenitor upper realm. Starting a war with them is no different from smashing a rock with an egg. The experts in the hall, who were usually awe-inspiring, all started to persuade the Southern Mountains God Emperor to surrender and submit to the people from the primogenitor realm. Shut up, all of you. The Southern Mountains God Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. The hall immediately quietened down. At this time, only the Southern Mountains God Emperor Tsang Shao had not surrendered. The fire race had surrendered long ago. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Southern Mountains God Emperor. Those who resisted the people from the primogenitor realm would only have one fate, and that was to be mercilessly killed. To surrender or not to surrender, the Southern Mountains God Emperor knew that he was no match for the people from the primogenitor realm. However, he was extremely unwilling to submit and become someone else's servant. Are you still not going to come out and beg me to spare your lives? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Hearing this voice, the expressions of all the experts in the hall changed. Zun, this? Everyone looked nervously at the Southern Mountains God Emperor on the throne. At this time, outside the Emperor God Palace of the Southern Mountains God Emperor stood an elegant young man in white robes. 2 middle-aged men stood behind this white-robed young man. Of the 2 middle-aged men, one was dressed in coarse cloth and carried a large bow on his back. However, there was no quiver. The other person was empty-handed. Only his face was exposed outside his black robes. He gave off a cold and sinister feeling. Just these 3 people had forced the Southern Mountains God Emperor into a dead end. Dizun, why don't we invite Gouffé? An old man in the hall suddenly said. This old man was the grandfather of Sunset City's city lord, Guling's disciple Yen Er. Yen Er's grandfather had already broken through to the sage realm. Even Yen Er was surprised. Right now, Yen Er was still cultivating in Gouffé's 9 heavenly stars, soared with Zhao Hao and Menglong. No one knew when she would come out of seclusion. However, before the Southern Mountains God Emperor could say anything, a figure smashed through the door and rushed in. The man arrived in front of the Luoxia City Lord in an instant. He stared at the Luoxia City Lord and said, "Did you just say Gouffé?" The white-robed young man looked a little nervous. At this time, 2 figures flashed by the door and rushed into the hall. The group of experts in the hall immediately dispersed and stared nervously at the 3 experts who had suddenly entered. In the eyes of the white-robed youth, there seemed to be stars descending, as if they contained a starry sky. Chapter 40, 349. The Heaven Realm had become the venue for the Ancestral Realm's forces to display their power. No matter if it was the Heaven Realm's central region, eastern region, southern region, western region, or northern region, experts from the Ancestral Realm had descended. These experts were incomparably strong and directly broke through the mountain gates of the Heaven Realm's major powers, forcing them to submit. There was only one outcome for those who refused to submit, and that was to be killed without mercy. However, although the Ancestral Realm's powerhouses were powerful, the Heaven Realm was a perfect world that had existed for countless years. It had a complete Tao law. The Heaven Realm gave birth to many extreme Tao Supremes. For example, the Monster Race Ancestor, the Dragon Race Ancestor, the Golden Spirit Ape Ancestor, the Golden Rock Ancestor. The Heaven Realm's Zhou Clan, Li Clan, and other forces all had extreme Tao legacies. In the Northern Realms, there was the mysterious, snowy Heavenly Palace and the extreme North Prison region. Back then, Gu Fei had subdued Song Ke and the black-scaled Tiger Emperor in the extreme North Prison region. The legendary Qilin, Halberd, had also appeared in the extreme North Prison region and was obtained by a mysterious woman. The Ancestral Realm's powerhouses were invincible, sweeping through the entire Heaven Realm. If they met resistance, they would be trampled. In a short period of time, countless living beings had fallen. The entire Heaven Realm was gradually divided up by the Ancestral Realm's forces. They all wanted to establish strongholds in the Heaven Realm and have their own territory. However, very quickly the Ancestral Realm's powerhouses met a hard nail. In the Northern Realms, the 3 Ancestral Realms' tyrannical sky dynasties' powerhouses descended on the endless snow field. Second brother, this is a world of ice and snow. There's not even a strand of hair. Why did we abandon the central region's countless cultivation resources and come here? A black-clothed youth asked a black-clothed middle-aged man in front of him. Seventh brother, you don't know. There's a treasure here. If we get it, our boss's cultivation will break through to the extreme Tao realm. The black-clothed, middle-aged man smiled. There's a treasure in this God-forsaken place. The black-clothed youth was shocked. Come out. The leader, a majestic-looking middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a purple robe, stomped down. Boom! In the next moment, the endless snow field actually cracked. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold laugh resounded, and then the entire snowfield started to tremble. Rumble! The tens of thousands of meters thick ice layer arched upwards, and a divine palace that was even larger than a mountain broke through the thick ice layer, slowly rising from the snowy land. This is when the black-clothed youth and the black-clothed middle-aged man saw this scene. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Those 3 guys are after Heavenly Palace of Snow Domain. Zhao Tianxiong, the head of the Heaven Realm's Zhao family, appeared in the distant sky. Right now, there were only 2 great powers in the northern region of the Heaven Realm. One was the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm, and the other was the Heavenly Palace of the Snow Domain. Because Xiao Hao of the Zhao clan was a disciple of Gu Fei, the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm directly swept away the other powers. Gu Fei's forces also withdrew from the northern region of the Heaven Realm. After all, Gu Fei had left the Heaven Realm and the human world for such a long time, and only the Iron Blood Taoist was left to defend the human world. More than once, the Iron Blood Taoist had summoned the forces of the Heaven Realm and the human world to fight against various powerful enemies. Almost all the forces that belonged to Gu Fei in the Heaven Realm had been summoned to the human world by him. Now that Gu Fei had returned, he found out that the forces that he had painstakingly built up were almost destroyed. This made him very angry. At this time in the northern region, an extremely overbearing aura exploded from a figure. The entire northern region suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. "Ha ha! I haven't seen boss in a long time. The black-clothed youth, called Shao Qi, laughed loudly. Let's get out of the way first, the black-clothed middle-aged man said as he pulled the black-clothed youth and directly retreated. Who are you? At this moment, from the divine palace that had broken through the layer of ice and risen into the sky, a woman's voice that was filled with allure rang out. This voice seemed to possess an unfathomable attraction, as if it could capture the soul of any living being. Shao Qi's cultivation base was slightly weaker. When he heard this voice, his vision went black and he almost fell from the sky. What? The black-clothed youth was shocked. He hurriedly circulated his Xian Qi and focused his mind, which was why he wasn't affected. What's going on? The black-clothed youth was indescribably shocked. He was a king of the primogenitor realm's tyrannical Sky dynasty. If he was defeated in this lowly realm, it would be too embarrassing. Roar! At this time, the leader of the three suddenly roared, and a terrifying sound wave directly covered the voice that came from the divine palace. Submit or die. The number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty, Yi Kuang, was extremely domineering. The power behind the tyrannical Sky dynasty's Yi family was extraordinary. The Yi family had Yi Qingtian, a different kind of eternal existence. In the past, Yi Qingtian and the evil ancestor were supreme powerhouses in the primogenitor realm who could compete with Gu Fei. This was also the reason why the tyrannical Sky dynasty was so domineering. As long as Yi Qingtian was alive, the tyrannical Sky dynasty's Yi family wouldn't perish, and no one would dare to touch the Yi family. After all, Yi Qingtian was a nearly invincible existence in the primogenitor realm. Presumptuous! A feminine voice came from the divine palace. In the next moment, a faint figure appeared in front of the divine palace. As soon as the figure appeared, the temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly, becoming even colder. The temperature of the snowfield was already very low. Now, even the void seemed to be solidifying. If you don't submit, then die. Yi Kuang's face was expressionless. He stomped his right foot, and the ground exploded. In the next moment, he shot up into the sky, rushing towards the divine palace with extreme speed. Is it about to begin? In the distant sky, the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Tianxiong, saw this scene and his eyes lit up. He wanted to see what kind of ability this guy from the primogenitor realm had to dare to provoke the heavenly snow palace. Even the Zhao family didn't dare to touch the heavenly snow palace. Even Gu Fei, who was so domineering and invincible in the past, couldn't do anything to the heavenly snow palace. Boom! In the next moment, Yi Kuang directly crashed into the heavenly snow palace. The spectating heaven realm powerhouses were all inexplicably shocked. What they didn't know was that Yi Kuang cultivated the tyrannical battle body. This battle body was extremely powerful. Right now, Yi Kuang was a quasi-supreme Tao treasure in human form. In the next moment, the entire divine palace shook from his impact. Is this guy a madman? Zhao Tianxiong was a little dumbfounded. This guy from the primogenitor realm's attack was too unconventional. Courting death. Chapter 4350. The number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty from the primogenitor realm had come to the northern region of the heaven realm. This overlord went straight to the heavenly palace of snow. This shocked the experts of the northern region. The heavenly palace of snow was the strongest and most mysterious force in the northern region. Even Gu Fei, who was almost invincible in the heaven realm, couldn't do anything to the heavenly palace of snow domain. The guys from the primogenitor realm are too arrogant. Do they think they're invincible? The experts of the northern region didn't think much of it. These bastards from the primogenitor realm had wantonly attacked the major forces of the heaven realm. Naturally, they wouldn't let the northern region off. Now these guys had finally come, and only 3 of them. 3 guys wanted to conquer the entire northern region. They were underestimating the experts of the northern region. The northern region of the Heaven Realm had always been a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Other than the Zhao clan and the Heavenly Palace of Snow, there were also many nameless experts living in seclusion in the northern region. The Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm was nothing in their eyes. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty, Yi Kuang, slammed into the Heavenly Palace of Snow. Rumble! The entire Heavenly Palace of Snow shook. Countless ancient runes appeared on the surface of the Heavenly Palace of Snow. The #1 overlord, Yi Kuang, was sent flying 1,000 miles away by the force of the explosion. He crashed into an iceberg. A figure appeared in front of the Heavenly Palace of Snow. This time it wasn't a shadow. How dare you come to the Heavenly Palace of Snow? Die! It was a masked woman in white. Although her face was covered, her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. She exuded an extraordinary aura. At this time, the masked woman glared at the #1 overlord, Yi Kuang, who was rushing up from the ground. Die! As the white-robed woman spoke, she directly sent a palm strike towards Yi Kuang, who was charging towards her. A powerful cold energy erupted from her palm, instantly freezing everything within a radius of 3,000 li. Even the void was frozen. Yi Kuang didn't escape the fate of being frozen. Tisk, you're only SOSO. How dare you come here and behave atrociously with your cultivation? You're really courting death. The masked woman in white said disdainfully. Bam! At this moment, the falling human-shaped ice block suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the shattered ice block. That person was Yi Kuang. Whoosh! Yi Kuang stretched out his hand and grabbed the masked woman in white. A powerful force enveloped the entire area, and the lady in white flew towards Yi Kuang's hand involuntarily. Eternal freeze! The white-robed woman shouted. In the next moment, a violent wave of Yin energy exploded from her body. After that, Yi Kuang was once again sealed in ice. However, Yi Kuang Sui shattered the ice on his body and escaped. Eat my fist! Yi Kuang directly punched towards the lady in white. There was no divine ability, only the purest strength, and it was the strongest strength. This punch was extremely domineering. It directly broke through the layers of Yin energy and was about to hit the lady in white. At this moment, a force suddenly erupted from the masked woman's body, and a ball of fire instantly collided with Yi Kuang's fist. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 figures and a ball of fire were sent flying in different directions. The ball of fire instantly exploded, and in the next moment, a divine bird that looked like a phoenix appeared in the fire. Within the fire, there was a vague flame pattern. What? The Heaven Realm experts, who were watching from afar, were all shocked. It's the Heavenly Palace, Saintess Phoenix, someone exclaimed. So it's the Saintess. At this moment, the experts from the Heaven Realm finally knew who was fighting against the bastard from the Ancestral Realm. The last time the Heavenly Palace Saintess fought was during the chaos of the extreme North Prison region. It had been a long time since then. This time, it was the Heavenly Palace Saintess again. The Heavenly Palace Saintess was mysterious. In the past, only a few people had seen her fight. In the battle of the extreme North Prison region, the Saintess had subdued a phoenix that was known as the ancient Great Ominous Phoenix. The divine bird that had just attacked was the ancient Great Ominous Phoenix. This phoenix was not a real phoenix, but it had inherited the phoenix's bloodline. That was why it was called a phoenix. The phoenix that the Heavenly Palace Saintess had subdued was even stronger and more terrifying than a real phoenix. Master, the phoenix bowed to the Heavenly Palace Saintess. Well done. You should practice with this arrogant guy first. The Heavenly Palace Saintess said to the phoenix. Yes, Master. The phoenix hurriedly accepted the order. Uft! It's just a mixed breed with an impure bloodline. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? The #1 overlord, Yi Kuang, sneered. What did you say? The phoenix was angry. This guy had touched its reverse scale. Boom! The next moment, a monstrous divine fire erupted from the phoenix's body, covering half the sky. The void was distorted by the heat, and the entire ice field was about to melt. Die! The phoenix flapped its wings, and in the next moment, countless divine feathers rushed out of its body, turning into divine rainbows that tore through the void and pierced towards Yi Kuang. Clang! The number one overlord of the primogenitor realm, Yi Kuang, swung his fists, shattering the piercing divine lights. His fists were as powerful as an indestructible, quasi-supreme Tao artifact. This guy, when the experts from the heaven realm saw this scene, they were all shocked to the extreme. This guy's fleshly body was actually cultivated to a level even stronger than a quasi-supreme Tao artifact? Could he be a supreme? Someone said. It's hard to say. Some of the old fogies of the northern region of the heaven realm stared at the incomparably domineering figure, afraid to miss something. The primogenitor realm was a legendary world, the origin of all the realms. According to legend, all the realms of the present were created by the powerhouses of the primogenitor realm. Of course, this was only a legend. However, when the powerhouses of the primogenitor realm came to the heaven realm, the legend became reality. However, reality was cruel. The people of the primogenitor realm were cold-blooded and heartless. They would wipe out an entire clan if they didn't agree with them. They completely regarded themselves as the rulers of the realms. The lives of countless beings were in their hands. The powerhouses of the primogenitor realm had no pity for the beings of the inferior realms. At this time, Yi Kuang and the Phoenix were fighting endlessly. The entire ice field of the extreme north was shaking, and countless beings were panicking. What now? At this time, a figure appeared in the sky above the ice field. It was a black-robed young man. What? Gu Fei? Chapter 43:51. The Zhao clan of the heavenly realm was actually a branch of the Zhao clan of the human realm. In the distant past, when the heavenly realm and the human realm were still connected and the path of heaven was not severed, the ancient forces of the human realm had strongholds in the heavenly realm. However, ever since the demonic chaos and the Dark Ages came, the war of gods and demons broke out, destroying the human realm and cutting off the path of heaven. Since then, the heavenly realm and the human realm were cut off. Back then, the ancient forces that could not retreat to the human realm in time stayed in the heavenly realm. However, after the passage of countless years, many powers from the mortal dimension had vanished in the annals of time, but the Zhao clan had been passed down. The Zhao clan of the heavenly realm was indeed outstanding. They made a name for themselves in the northern region of the heavenly realm. The Zhao clan continued to grow and eventually became one of the top forces in the northern region. However, in the present world, the Zhao clan of the heaven realm had suffered a great blow, especially after the battle with Gu Fei. Back then, Gu Fei had directly destroyed the Zhao clan. The Zhao clan's patriarch, Zhao Yuntian, had long retired. The current patriarch was Zhao Tianxiong. As the patriarch of the Zhao clan of the heavenly realm, Zhao Tianxiong naturally knew how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. Even the forbidden existence of the Zhao clan could not do anything to him. The moment Zhao Tianxiong saw Gu Fei appear, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, the number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty, Yi Kuang, and the ancient ominous phoenix from the primordial realm had already entered the starry sky. The entire sky shook. Wherever the two powerhouses passed, planets would explode one after another. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The saintess of the heavenly palace of Snow Domain also rushed into the starry sky. The ancient ominous phoenix was merely a great omen that she had subdued in the extreme north prison. The phoenix had been imprisoned for countless years, and its cultivation had been mostly destroyed. However, the heavenly palace saintess had brought the phoenix back to the heavenly palace holy land and provided it with countless cultivation resources, which allowed the phoenix's cultivation to recover. Even now, the phoenix had not fully recovered. It had only recovered 30% to 40% of its cultivation. However, the phoenix was an ancient omen. Even if it had only recovered 30% to 40% of its cultivation, it was still not comparable to an ordinary quasi-supreme. The great ancient ominous phoenix was actually fighting endlessly with Yi Kuang. In a short period of time, it was actually difficult to determine the victor. This battle was incomparably brilliant. It allowed the experts of the northern region of the heaven realm to know how powerful the people from the primogenitor realm were. This made the experts of the heaven realm even more fearful of the people from the primogenitor realm. However, when Gu Fei appeared, more than half of the heaven realm rankers who were watching from afar immediately left. The ones who stayed were those who did not have any grudges with Gu Fei. What's going on? The seventh overlord of the tyrannical sky imperial court, Yi Shao, who came from the primogenitor realm, noticed the movements of the heaven realm's experts. More than half of the heaven realm's experts had left, causing him to be bewildered. They seemed to be very afraid of that person. The moment that person arrived, those people immediately ran away. The second overlord of the tyrannical sky imperial court, Yi He, stared at the black-clothed youth and said, "Him." Yi Shao looked at the young man in black and frowned. "He looks familiar. Where have I seen him before?" Yi Shao said. However, he was so frightened that he almost fell from the sky. He is Gu Fei?" Yi Zhao's voice was trembling. Back then, when Gu Fei fought against the heroes of the primogenitor realm, many supreme realm rankers died at his hands. Even the Wood clan of the southern region of the primogenitor realm was annihilated by him. This time, the reason why they came to the heaven realm was to verify whether Gu Fei, who was forced into reincarnation by the first demon ancestor, was still alive or not. Now it seemed that Gu Fei was really still alive and well. What? I can't believe he's really still alive. The second overlord also recognized Gu Fei at this time. This guy was the #1 killing star of the primogenitor realm. Although the tyrannical sky imperial court did not have much interaction with Gu Fei, who did not know Gu Fei's name in the primogenitor realm. Although the tyrannical sky imperial court was powerful, even the overlord did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei. The overlord of the tyrannical sky imperial court was a supreme existence at the peak of the supreme realm. Just as Yi Shao and Yi He were shocked, a loud noise suddenly came from the starry sky. In the next moment, an incomparably bright divine light exploded in front of them. Terrifying energy, fluctuations spread in all directions. Countless stars exploded. The void collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared in the starry sky. At the same time, a ball of fire fell from the starry sky toward the northern region of the heaven realm. Endless divine fire burned the void continuously. It was like a divine sun falling from the sky. This, the great ancient ominous phoenix, was defeated. Everyone who witnessed this scene was incomparably shocked. In the end, it's a creature from the lower realm. It can't even withstand a single blow. An incomparably arrogant voice came from the starry sky, echoing between heaven and earth. Hearing this voice, countless experts of the northern region of the heaven realm changed their expressions. Preposterous! The saintess of the heavenly palace waved her right hand, and the divine light falling from the sky immediately stopped in the void. Then it soared into the sky and flew back to her. She waved her big sleeves and directly collected the ball of fire. Everyone could see that the phoenix was seriously injured and had been knocked unconscious by the guy from the ancestral realm. Without a few years of recuperation, it would not be able to recover. Don't think that just anyone from the ancestral realm is invincible. This realm is far beyond your imagination. The saintess of the heavenly palace said coldly as she stared at Yi Kuang. Haha, is that so? Yi Kuang showed his arrogance. Boom! The saintess of the heavenly palace did not want to waste any more words with this madman. She immediately attacked. A divine moon rushed out of her body, and an unprecedentedly strong power of Yin surged out of the divine moon. Finally going to fight for real? Yi Kuang grinned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow. The stronger the opponent, the more he could stimulate the potential of his tyrannical sky body. Whoosh! No one saw how the saintess of the heavenly palace moved, but the divine moon that appeared from her body instantly struck in front of Yi Kuang. Wherever the divine moon passed, it left a pitch-black space crack. Die! Yi Kuang shouted angrily. His hair danced in the wind, and his tyrannical sky body was full of fighting spirit. He did not dare to be careless, and he directly punched out. The tyrannical sky fist was a secret technique of the tyrannical sky dynasty. Only the direct descendants of the tyrannical sky dynasty could cultivate it. Boom! Yi Kuang's fist collided with the divine moon. The moment the two forces collided, a strong light lit up the endless starry sky. The two figures flew back at the same time. This fist technique is not bad. Seeing Yi Kuang's punch, Gu Fei could not help but secretly nod. This kind of battle technique was extremely strong, and it already had a trace of invincible fist will. Of course, the saintess of the heavenly palace was not weak either. The secret technique of the heavenly palace of the snow domain was also extremely powerful. Chapter 40, 352. Gu Fei was not one to sit and wait for death. Although he did not leave the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, he released his two doppelgangers. Both of his doppelgangers were incredible. One was a martial arts doppelganger that was invincible and had few opponents in the quasi-supremacy realm. The other was a sword doppelganger that had a heaven-defying cultivation. Once the 9 heaven-punishing swords were unleashed, who could compete with it? At this time, Gu Fei's sword doppelganger arrived at the northern region of the heaven realm and happened to see the battle between the heavenly palace saintess and the number 1 overlord of the tyrannical sky dynasty, Yi Kuang. I didn't expect to see such a good show as soon as I arrived. It seems that my luck is not bad. The black-robed Gu Fei found a chair out of nowhere and sat on it, eating a bunch of fruits while watching the battle in front of him. This guy, Zhao Tianxiong looked at Gu Fei's sloppy appearance in disbelief. Was he really the undefeatable Gu Fei of the northern region? Gu Fei was a taboo existence in the Zhao clan. No one in the Zhao clan would talk about him because he brought great shame to the Zhao clan. However, the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm did not dare to provoke Gu Fei anymore. One should know that the Zhao clan had just recovered a little bit of strength and could not afford to be tossed around again. Of course, they could also ask for help from the Zhao clan of the Ancients in the human realm. However, even the Zhao clan of the Ancients would not dare to offend Gu Fei. Boom! Bang! Deafening explosions sounded continuously. The entire starry sky was shaking and countless stars were on the verge of collapsing. In the starry sky, 2 figures were moving quickly in the void. These 2 people were Yi Kuang and the heavenly palace saintess. The power of Yi Kuang's tyrannical heavenly fist was extremely powerful and domineering. Every punch forced the heavenly palace saintess to retreat. He was simply a supreme god of destruction. The tyrannical power of his fist seemed to be able to destroy everything. Every punch directly blew up the stars in the starry sky. Countless stars exploded, and the most beautiful fireworks bloomed in the pitch-black starry sky. This was the beauty of destruction. Meanwhile, the heavenly palace saintess continued to shoot out crescent, moon-shaped divine lights. Every time a crescent, moon-shaped divine light shot out, the lunar cold chi would explode and freeze everything in its path. The lunar frigid chi was everywhere, and it posed a great threat to Yi Kuang. The crescent divine light was even more powerful, and it constantly slashed towards Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang's fist exploded with a tyrannical force, directly shattering the crescent-shaped blade of light. Unknowingly, his fist was covered with a layer of frost. What a powerful lunar power! Even someone as crazy as Yi Kuang had to admit that this woman was one of the strongest opponents he had ever met. Haha! If that's all you've got, then obediently follow me back to be my princess. Yi Kuang laughed heartily. This saintess of the heavenly palace was indeed not bad. She had cultivated to such a level in this superior world and was only one step away from becoming an extreme grade sovereign. With such a level of cultivation, she was barely qualified to be his princess. In the tyrannical Sky Empire, the supreme figure was Yi Qingtian, followed by the tyrannical Sky Emperor. Although Yi Kuang was the #1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire, he was not the biological son of the tyrannical Sky Emperor. The tyrannical Sky Emperor was only his great-uncle. This guy had yet to marry, so the position of princess was vacant. Now that he saw the peerless saintess, he had no reason to have designs on her. What did you say? The saintess of the heavenly palace was furious. She was the saintess of the heavenly palace of the northern region, synonymous with purity. How dare this guy tease her? Haha, I'm going to take you back to be my princess. Yi Kuang laughed heartily. Interesting. Gu Fei's sword doppelganger saw this and smiled. How dare you? At this time, the saintess was so angry that her voice trembled. Divine moon in the 9 heavens, the saintess of the heavenly palace roared. In the next moment, her body bloomed with endless lunar divine light. The divine light engulfed her figure, and a terrifying divine moon appeared between heaven and earth. Yi Kuang was shocked to see this. He only felt that the void around him had instantly solidified, as if it had become peerless divine iron. His movements were affected, and his movements became slower. Whoosh! The divine moon directly slashed at Yi Kuang at an extremely fast speed. Yi Kuang felt that the blood in his body had frozen. He felt great danger. Open! Yi Kuang desperately used his Xianqi. He shook his fists, broke through the power of the ice, and was about to soar into the sky. However, the divine moon that the saintess of the heavenly palace transformed into flashed by. In the next moment, Yi Kuang felt a piercing pain from the left shoulder. He hurriedly looked down and saw that his entire left arm had been separated from his body from his shoulder. Whoosh! The divine moon flashed again, and this time he was directly cut in half at the waist. His body below the waist had been separated from his upper body. The 7th Overlord Yi Shao and 2nd Overlord Yi, he of the Primogenitor Realm's tyrannical Sky Dynasty, who were watching the battle from the sidelines, were stunned. No one knew better than them how monstrous their boss's tyrannical battle form was. Their boss was simply a quasi-supreme Tao instrument in human form. However, today Yi Kuang, who was known to have the strongest battle form, had his left arm chopped in half at the waist. It was tragic enough. This guy from the Primogenitor Realm lost. The cultivators from the Heaven Realm were both surprised and happy. At this time, the divine moon that the saintess of the heavenly palace transformed into dissipated, and the figure of the saintess of the heavenly palace appeared before everyone's eyes. The saintess of the heavenly palace looked a little tired, and her whole body was exhausted. It seemed that using that kind of battle technique just now consumed a lot of primordial qi. Even the saintess of the heavenly palace could barely hold on. How is this possible? The 7th brother Yi Shao was dumbfounded. The 2nd brother, Yi, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The insufferably arrogant cultivator from the Primogenitor Realm is finally unlucky this time. The cultivators from the Heaven Realm were extremely excited. Ever since these guys crossed over from the Primogenitor Realm, they had fought everywhere and had never been defeated. These guys from the Primogenitor Realm had displayed near-invincible cultivation and combat strength. But now the people from the tyrannical Sky Dynasty were going to be unlucky. Yeah, Gu Fei's Sword Dao avatar looked playfully at Yi Kuang, who had been chopped in half at the waist. Although this guy had been seriously injured by the saintess of the heavenly palace, he hadn't completely lost his combat strength. He could still fight. Moreover, Gu Fei's Sword Dao avatar sensed that Yi Kuang's body was hiding a shocking power. This guy hadn't displayed his true combat strength yet. Roar! At this time, Yi Kuang suddenly roared into the sky, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. In the next moment, his severed left arm and lower body flew up and reattached to his body. A shocking power erupted from his body, and the nearby stars directly exploded. What? Chapter 43:53. The heavenly palace saintess transformed into a divine moon and severely injured Yi Kuang, the number 1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty. However, Yi Kuang came from the ancestral realm. Moreover, the tyrannical Sky dynasty's Yi clan was not as simple as a supreme inheritance. Their ancestor, Yi Qingtian, was an unparalleled existence. Boom! At this time, Yi Kuang really went crazy. A monstrous power erupted from Yi Kuang's body. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and his whole body was filled with a violent aura. It was as if a terrifying god of slaughter had descended. Oh no! The boss has fallen into a state of madness. No one can stop him. 7th King Yi Shao, who was watching from the side, was shocked. Let's escape first. 2nd King Yi, he shuddered at the thought of the boss's crazy appearance. The number 1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty was not a title given to him casually. If this guy went crazy, he would kill anyone he saw. Only a few people in the royal family could suppress him. Yi Shao and he immediately retreated, not daring to approach Yi Kuang. No matter how fierce you are, you will die. The heavenly palace saintess said angrily, Die. The heavenly palace saintess transformed into a divine moon again and directly attacked Yi Kuang. Ha ha! Yi Kuang laughed crazily and directly punched at the incoming divine moon. The violent fist power spread in all directions, and countless stars directly exploded. This punch seemed to be able to destroy the entire starry sky. Boom! Yi Kuang's fist fiercely smashed into the mystic moon that was slashing towards him, causing a deafening explosion. An extremely powerful destructive force spread out in all directions, and countless stars were directly obliterated. The divine moon formed by the heavenly palace saintess collapsed, and a figure fell out of the void. Her hair was messy, and her mask was wet, and there was blood dripping from it. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei's sword incarnation was a little surprised. After this guy went crazy, his combat strength soared several times. Was this a secret technique, or was it a problem with his physique? Interesting. Gu Fei's sword Dao incarnation smiled. This tyrannical Sky imperial court had some outstanding points. To be able to dominate an area of the primogenitor realm, how could they not have some ability? Although Yi Kuang broke the heavenly palace saintess killing technique with a single punch, he was also forced back hundreds of meters. His arm was covered in cracks and blood was seeping out. However, in the next moment, the wound on Yi Kuang's right arm completely disappeared, as if he was never injured in the first place. Even my healing ability has increased significantly. Gu Fei's sword Dao incarnation discovered that Yi Kuang's injuries had actually healed in an instant. Could it be that Yi Kuang's physique had really changed? Roar! Yi Kuang roared and charged toward the heavenly palace saintess again. Preposterous! The heavenly palace's saintess was shocked and quickly retreated. Boom! The place where the heavenly palace saintess was originally standing was immediately blasted into a black hole by Yi Kuang's fist. Kill! Although Yi Kuang had sunk into a frenzy of killing, he still retained a trace of consciousness and knew who his enemy was. He extended his right hand and made a grabbing motion toward the heavenly palace saintess. A powerful devouring power immediately surged out of his palm and instantly enveloped the heavenly palace saintess. The heavenly palace saintess only felt her body tighten, and her entire body involuntarily flew toward Yi Kuang. Damn it! The heavenly palace saintess had used her secret technique twice in a row, and her yuan qi was almost depleted. At this moment, she was simply unable to resist Yi Kuang's grab. Impudent! At this moment, an angry roar came from the northern heavenly palace floating in the sky. In the next moment, a faint, illusory figure rushed out of the heavenly palace. This illusory figure was extremely fast and instantly pounced on the heavenly palace saintess. In the next moment, an unimaginably powerful force erupted from the heavenly palace saintess body and directly dispersed the devouring power that enveloped her. Gu Fei's sword principal incarnation's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Guys at this level had mastered many life-saving secret techniques. They were all extremely cunning guys. Moon falls, stars sink, the heavenly palace saintess shouted. In the next moment, the entire world changed. A star region appeared around her, and countless stars twinkled. Inner world? At this moment, the figures of the heavenly palace saintess and Yi Kuang instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Rumble! In the heavenly palace saintess inner world, billions of stars simultaneously obliterated Yi Kuang. One punch to break the cosmos. Yi Kuang attacked crazily. With just one punch, he directly blasted a big hole in the heavenly palace saintess inner world. Without hesitation, he directly rushed out of the heavenly palace saintess inner world. The heavenly palace saintess body shook and a crack appeared on her forehead. A trace of blood seeped out from the crack. She had suffered a great impact. Yi Kuang was tyrannical to the extreme. At this time, he displayed the hegemonic emperor fist in his hand. This Yi Kuang really had the spirit of a hegemonic emperor. Boss is so powerful. Yi Xiao and Yi He, who had retreated to a distance, saw this scene and were both surprised and happy. This so-called heavenly palace saintess was just SOSO. Although her reputation was not undeserved, in the end, she was still no match for their boss. Boss is the big brother of us, overlords. Just a so-called saintess from the lower world. Isn't it easy to capture her? Yi He, the second overlord, said proudly. This is also true. Even if the guy from the lower world is strong, how can he be our opponent? Yi Xiao, the seventh overlord, nodded and said, These guys think too highly of themselves. Gu Fei's sword principal incarnation heard the words of the second overlord and the seventh overlord, but it was very disapproving. Those guys from the ancestral realm thought that they were a cut above others. Who would have thought that Yi Kuang would not put them in his eyes? In the past, Gu Fei swept across the ancestral realm and killed almost everyone. He was almost invincible. Even the first demon of the eternal realm was killed by him. No matter how strong these guys were, could they be stronger than the first demon of the ancestral realm? You guys are going to deal with the Zhao family. Leave this place to me. At this time, the voice of the first overlord, Yi Kuang, suddenly sounded in the hearts of the second overlord and the seventh overlord. Haha, okay, boss. The second overlord and the seventh overlord directly accepted the order, turned around, and rushed toward the Zhao family in the heaven realm. What do these guys want to do? Zhao Tianxiong, the family head of the Zhao family, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. These two guys suddenly left. Wasn't the direction in which the Zhao family was located? Thinking of this, Zhao Tianxiong could not sit still and quickly chased after them. Chapter 43:54. When Gu Fei fought in the northern region of the Heaven Realm, he did not destroy the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan. Over the years, the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan's patriarch had changed and their strength had increased a lot. Zhao Tianxiong had some tricks up his sleeves. He was much stronger than the Zhao clan's patriarch, Zhao Yuntian. Of course, this did not mean that Zhao Tianxiong's cultivation was much stronger than Zhao Yuntian's, but that Zhao Tianxiong's way of managing the Zhao clan was much better. Over the years, he had managed the Zhao clan in good order, allowing the Zhao clan to gradually rise and expand its territory. The Zhao clan's sphere of influence was much larger than before. However, with Gu Fei's return, the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan was uneasy, afraid that Gu Fei would cause trouble for them. No one in the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan knew that the current Gu Fei did not care about the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan at all. Gu Fei's opponent was an existence that was 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the Heaven Realm's Zhao clan. At this time, the Heaven Realm changed greatly. The ancestral realm's experts came to conquer the heaven realm. The southern region, western region, and eastern region's experts could be seen. The heaven realm's major forces were attacked by the ancestral realm's experts. The ancestral realm's experts were also formidable. They were invincible and quickly subdued more than half of the heaven realm's cultivation world. However, in the northern region, the ancestral realm's heaven tyrant dynasties, 3 overlords met their match. The northern heaven palace was a force that had existed for a long time, a mysterious force, and a holy maiden of the heaven palace was enough to make the number 1 overlord of the 3 overlords, Yi Kuang, use his last resort and enter a frenzied state of slaughter. Once in a state of slaughter, Yi Kuang's combat strength would increase several times. This guy was already at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm. If his combat strength increased several times, he would be invincible in the heaven realm. He could sweep away all his enemies. The truth was more or less so. Once Yi Kuang went berserk, he was not a human, but a terrifying beast, a god of slaughter. Boom! He threw a punch, and the space in front of him shattered. The saintess of the heavenly palace was sent flying. Blood kept oozing from her mouth, and the blood soaked her veil. Preposterous! You forced me to do this. The saintess of the heavenly palace steadied herself and glared at Yi Kuang. Die. Yi Kuang couldn't control himself anymore. He punched out again, and the space was shattered again. The fist energy carried with it the power to destroy the space, heading towards the heavenly palace saintess. However, at this moment, the heavenly palace saintess emitted endless power of Yin from head to toe. In the next moment, the northern heavenly palace, floating in the sky, also emitted waves of power of Yin. 9 supreme, great, dark marks emerged from the heavenly palace of the north and rushed toward the heavenly palace saintess. In an instant, they entered the saintess' body. After the 9 supreme dark marks entered her body, the heavenly palace's saintess seemed to have changed into another person. A powerful power of the moon emanated from her body, freezing everything within 100,000 miles. Some spectators couldn't dodge in time and were frozen into human-shaped ice sculptures. Then they fell from the sky and shattered the moment they hit the ground. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Indeed, everyone who was frozen had the same fate. Both their bodies and souls had been destroyed. What? The spectators who hadn't been frozen were all scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled immediately. At this moment, Yi Kuang's domineering fist had already reached the heavenly palace saintess. The speed of his fist had slowed down. The closer Yi Kuang's fist got to the heavenly palace saintess, the slower it became. The power of Yin that erupted from the heavenly palace saintess did not completely freeze the fist. Roar! Yi Kuang roared crazily. His long hair danced in the wind. His fist continued to break through layers of the power of Yin, moving steadily towards the heavenly palace saintess. Although the speed of his fist had slowed down, if it had hit her, even the heavenly palace saintess would have been blown to pieces. At this time, Gu Fei was the only one who could watch the battle from afar. To be more precise, it was Gu Fei's sword doppelganger. His real body was still in the ancestral lands of the demon clan. However, even though it was a doppelganger, it was no different from his real body. At this moment, the heavenly palace saintess pointed a finger at Yi Kuang's forehead. Yi Kuang tilted his head. The finger of the heavenly palace saintess brushed past the corner of his forehead. A streak of blood immediately appeared on his forehead. Yi Kuang became even crazier when he smelled the scent of his own blood. At the same time, his fist had already touched the clothes on the chest of the heavenly palace saintess. The heavenly palace saintess tilted her body, and Yi Kuang's fist flew past her chest. The next moment, the clothes on her chest and abdomen were directly torn into thousands of pieces, revealing a layer of soft armor beneath her clothes. The two figures separated in an instant. Then they rushed forward again and started fighting. This was an evenly matched battle. The heavenly palace saintess had borrowed great power from the heavenly palace of the northern region. The power contained in the 9 great supreme 8 marks was extremely powerful. As a result, the gap between the two was narrowed again. At this time, the ancestral lands of the northern region of the Heaven Realm were quiet. After being looted by Gu Fei, the Zhao clan had wanted to give up this place. However, in the end, they still came back, because there was an existence here that did not want to move. That person had fought endlessly with Gu Fei, and even tied with Gu Fei. After so many years, this taboo existence must have become even more powerful. However, that person was not from the Zhao clan of the Heaven Realm. He had only promised the Zhao clan that he would help them 3 times. Moreover, that person had already fought against Gu Fei for the 3rd time. Although that person was still cultivating in the Zhao clan's ancestral lands, it was another matter whether he would come out to protect the Zhao clan or not. At this time, 2 peerlessly powerful pressures suddenly came from the sky. The entire world suddenly changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. All living creatures within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were extremely terrified. Even the strongest and fiercest wild beasts were trembling on the ground. This is the 2nd most powerful force of the northern region, the Zhao clan. 2 extremely domineering figures descended above the Zhao clan's ancestral lands. They were unscrupulous and looked down at the panicking Zhao clan members from above. Only 2 quasi-supremes, too weak. One of the black-clothed young men said disdainfully. They were the 2nd and 7th overlords of the tyrannical Sky dynasty, Yi He and Yi Shao. They came to the Zhao clan's ancestral lands. These forces in the lower worlds are already very good to have 1 or 2 quasi-supremes. The 2nd overlord said with a smile, "That too." Yi Shao nodded. "Who are you?" Chapter 40, 355. The experts of the ancestral realm had always looked down on the living beings of the myriad worlds. They had a sense of superiority and thought that they were the strongest in the myriad worlds. However, overconfidence sometimes turned into arrogance. Gu Fei's appearance proved this point. A guy from the lower realm actually defeated all the experts in the ancestral realm. He even annihilated the Wood clan of the Heaven Realm, crippled the Li clan and the Chu clan, and killed the old clan leader of the Sky clan. Gu Fei's achievements were enough to shock the world. However, even if Gu Fei was incomparably tyrannical and almost invincible in the ancestral realm, these guys still looked down on the living beings of the lower realm. At this moment, 2 experts from the Heaven Tyrant dynasty arrived at the ancestral ground of the Heaven Realm. An extremely tyrannical aura erupted from the 2 experts. "Who goes there?" An angry roar came from the ancestral ground of the Zhao family. Then a figure walked out from the depths of the Zhao clan's ancestral ground step by step. He stepped in the air, and with just 3 steps he was already in the sky. It was an old man with white hair and a slender figure. A powerful aura erupted from the old man, causing the void to tremble. "Submit or die." The 2nd overlord, Yi He, said indifferently. "What?" The old man was instantly enraged when he heard this. Rumble! At that moment, a shocking sound suddenly rang out in the distance. A terrifying figure rushed over from afar. Lightning constantly tore through the void around him. "Those who offend the Zhao family shall die." The person who came was extremely domineering. He extended his right hand, and 5 lightning bolts immediately rushed out from his fingertips, piercing towards the 2 overlords. Tisk! The 2 overlords were very disdainful when they heard this. The 2nd overlord punched out with a domineering fist force that shook the entire void, causing ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to spread out in all directions. The extremely sharp 5 divine lights were shattered by the 2nd overlord's punch. They turned into specks of light and dissipated in the void. "Die!" The newcomer let out a furious roar. In the next moment, an endless amount of electricity burst forth from his body, instantly enveloping the 2nd and 7th overlord within a sea of electricity. "Lightning Dao!" The voice of the second overlord could be heard from the sea of lightning. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying lightning that enveloped the area was instantly dispersed. However, the terrifying destructive aura grew stronger and stronger. Thunderclap 9 heavens! With a furious roar, 9 balls of lightning descended from the sky. Each ball of lightning emitted a shocking destructive power. Each ball of lightning could destroy the void. He does have some power. The second tyrant could not help but nod his head after seeing this. These living beings of the lower realm were not completely useless. At this moment, the 9 balls of lightning had already arrived, and a destructive aura filled every inch of the void. Allow me. The 7th overlord sneered and took a step forward. Then he opened his mouth and sucked. The 9 balls of lightning were actually swallowed by him in a single gulp. When the newcomer saw this scene, he was stunned. It's the patriarch. At this moment, in the ancestral ground of the Zhao family, many people recognized the person who attacked the 2 fellows from the ancestral realm. It was their patriarch. Boom! At this moment, in the ancestral ground of the Zhao family, the old man's body trembled. In the next moment, a shocking wave of energy erupted from his body. Quasi-Supreme, someone exclaimed. The old man from the Zhao family took a step forward and actually passed through the huge light barrier that enveloped the entire ancestral ground of the Zhao family. At the same time, another figure dashed out from the ancestral ground of the Zhao family. It was a middle-aged man. The aura that erupted from his body was not any weaker than the patriarch of the Zhao family and the other quasi-supreme of the Zhao family. This was because this person was also a quasi-supreme. The 3 quasi-supreme of the Zhao family had all moved out. This was the strongest force of the Zhao family. Currently, the Zhao family of the Heaven Realm still had a taboo existence. However, it was hard to say if this taboo existence would take action. These 2 fellows are bastards from the ancestral realm. Let's attack together and kill these 2 fellows. Zhao Tianxiong roared and attacked again. This time, he directly attracted the true thunder of the 9 heavens. Bolts of lightning that connected the sky and the earth blasted towards the 2 overlords. You're asking for death. The second overlord sneered. He suddenly put his palms together and pushed them towards the 2 quasi-supreme of the Zhao family. An extremely violent force swept out. Preposterous! The 2 quasi-supreme of the Zhao family were furious. This guy actually looked down on them. How hateful! Prairie fire! The quasi-supreme of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yang, roared furiously and directly displayed his trump card. In the next moment, a towering divine fire appeared in the sky. The void was distorted from the heat. A figure formed from divine fire appeared in the sea of fire. The figure directly threw a punch. Rumble! The 2 supreme forces instantly collided. A large area of the void directly collapsed and was directly annihilated. Nothing was left behind. At this time, Zhao Tianxiong and the 7th overlord began to fight. The 2 great cultivators directly soared into the sky and fought into the starry sky. Countless stars trembled. Although the 7th overlord Yi Shao was the youngest of the 7 great feudal lords of the tyrannical Sky dynasty in Ancestral Realm, his battle prowess was also extremely powerful. The 7th overlord Yi Shao cultivated the sky-devouring technique. His entire person was like a bottomless black hole, devouring all the essence around him. Damn it! Zhao Tianxiong was inexplicably shocked. Could this guy be the reincarnation of the sky-devouring beast? He actually cultivated such a great technique that devoured the sky and devoured the earth. The more Yi Shao fought, the stronger he became, while the more Zhao Tianxiong fought, the weaker he became. Who won and who lost was already very obvious. At this time, the 2 quasi-supreme of the Zhao family joined forces to fight the 2nd overlord Yi He. This actually caused countless disciples in the ancestral ground of the Zhao family to be extremely shocked. Just as the 2nd overlord and the 7th overlord were fighting the 3 quasi-supreme of the Zhao family, In the heavenly palace of the northern region, the battle between the first overlord and the holy maiden of the heavenly palace had already reached the most crucial moment. A starfield was destroyed. The holy maiden of the heavenly palace and the first overlord were both injured. Preposterous! The first overlord could not accept such a result. The others from the ancestral realm were all able to sweep through a region and shock everyone. However, he could not even deal with a holy maiden of the heavenly palace of the northern region. Boom! The two masses of divine light instantly collided with each other. There was a shocking explosion, and the two figures were separated in an instant. The first overlord stretched out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared fiercely at the woman in white opposite him. Chapter 4356. The tyrannical Sky Court was definitely one of the strongest forces in the ancestral realm. This time, the three overlords that came to the heaven realm all had extraordinary abilities. Their leader was a peak quasi-supreme. Even in the ancestral realm, he was a prominent figure. Die! The number one overlord, Yi Kuang, roared and pounced at the heavenly palace, holy maiden. Sky-breaking fist! The number one overlord threw out his strongest punch. Rumble! As he threw out this punch, the entire world seemed like it was about to be destroyed. Even the stars that were thousands of miles away exploded. He still has this kind of combat ability. The heavenly palace, holy maiden, was shocked. In the next moment, like a phantom, she retreated explosively. However, Yi Kuang's fist followed her like a shadow and instantly hit the heavenly palace saintess. In the next moment, the heavenly palace saintess was blasted thousands of miles away. Wah! The heavenly palace, holy maiden spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the veil covering her face was washed away by the blood. Her face was pale as a sheet. The shape of her face was exquisite. However, there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale. Anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her. This guy really doesn't know how to be kind to women. Gu Fei's sword clone, who was watching from afar, almost cursed. In his opinion, beautiful girls were meant to be taken care of. He didn't hit women. Of course, if he couldn't take it anymore, even if the other party was a woman, he would still make a move. The heavenly palace, holy maiden, was seriously injured by Yi Kuang's punch. If it wasn't for the soft armor she was wearing, she would have turned into a mist of blood. The power of the tyrannical Sky Fist was no joke. I wanted to take you back to be my concubine, but it seems like I can't keep you. The number one overlord stared at the heavenly palace, holy maiden, unmoved by her beauty. Huh, you want to kill me? Can you? The heavenly palace, holy maiden laughed. However, the next moment, she coughed up blood again. Go to hell. The number one overlord, Yi Kuang, was a decisive killer. As he spoke, his entire body seemed to be on fire. He moved his feet and disappeared from where he stood. He instantly appeared in front of the heavenly palace saintess, who was thousands of miles away. His fist was right in front of the heavenly palace saintess. The heavenly palace saintess' head was about to explode. At this moment, a hand reached out from the side and blocked the number one overlord's fist. Boom! A muffled, thunderous sound rang out, and an extremely tyrannical power suddenly erupted. Yi Kuang, the number one overlord of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty from the Primogenitor realm, was sent flying. He coughed out blood as he suffered a great blow. It's you? The saintess of the heavenly palace looked at the black-robed young man in front of her in shock. The guy who saved the damsel in distress was Gu Fei's sword principal doppelganger. Although it was a sword principal doppelganger, no one could see through it. The heavenly palace saintess had seen Gu Fei in the past, so she naturally knew Gu Fei. What? I saved you. How are you going to repay me? Gu Fei's sword principal clone smiled and looked at the saintess. How do you want me to repay you? The saintess looked at Gu Fei's sword principal clone with a faint smile. Of course, it would be best if you repay me with your body. Haha. Gu Fei's sword principal clone laughed and said, Humph, Hearing Gu Fei's words, the saintess of the heavenly palace's face immediately turned gloomy. The saintess of the heavenly palace of the northern region would not marry anyone. Kill! At this moment, the number 1 overlord, Yi Kuang, who had been sent flying, was completely in a state of killing. He pounced on Gu Fei's sword principal clone in a frenzy. Bam! Gu Fei's sword principal clone did not even need to use his sword. He directly kicked the number 1 overlord away. Witnessing the scene, the saintess of the heavenly palace was dumbfounded. Although Yi Kuang was seriously injured, he was still an overlord from the ancestral realm. Even now, it was absolutely easy for him to kill an ordinary quasi-supremacy. How is this possible? The Heaven Realm experts who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. This Gu Fei seemed to be stronger than before. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's sword principal clone directly beat up the number 1 overlord, Yi Kuang, and then threw him into his inner world. Gu Fei's sword principal clone also refined an inner world of his own. The news that the number 1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire was captured by Gu Fei spread quickly. Suddenly, the entire Heaven Realm's cultivation world was shocked, and countless Heaven Realm experts were extremely excited. The number 1 overlord was captured. Gu Fei's sword principal clone used his victory to tell everyone that the guy from the ancestral realm was not unbeatable. Yi Kuang is really useless. He's a disgrace to the ancestral realm. The other experts from the ancestral realm were very unhappy when they heard the news. However, the person who made the move was Gu Fei, which was extraordinary. Isn't Gu Fei still holed up in the demon clan's ancestral land? How could he go to the northern region to defeat the number 1 overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire? Some people were very suspicious. Doppelganger, it must be his doppelganger. Someone said such a thing. The disaster of the northern region Sky Palace was resolved by Gu Fei's doppelganger. In the end, the saintess of the heavenly palace did not marry him, and the northern region Sky Palace once again sank under a thick layer of ice. This force did not want to come out at all. Moreover, intuition told Gu Fei that there was definitely an unbelievably powerful expert hidden in the northern region Sky Palace. At this time, in the eastern region of the Heaven Realm, near the lost palace of the moon deities, a figure directly came to this place of danger. The lost palace of the moon deities was incredible, and even Gu Fei was almost trapped in it. The person who came from afar was a middle-aged man in a green robe. This middle-aged man walked directly into the territory of the lost palace of the moon deities. The terrifying aura of death filled every inch of the void. Soon, a powerful wave of power suddenly broke out from the lost palace of the moon deities. Then there was no then. The lost palace of the moon deities was the most dangerous place in the Heaven Realm. Even if a quasi-supreme stepped into this area, there was a possibility that he would die here. No one dared to take it lightly. After all, one only had one life. Soon, another figure appeared in the sky. As soon as this figure appeared, the whole world darkened. This person took a step and instantly arrived in front of the lost palace of the moon deities. This place, that person was talking to himself. No one knew whether there were legendary things in the lost palace of the moon deities. However, for so many years, countless people had ventured into it and never came out. At this time, in another place in the eastern region, a mountain that was originally hidden by a restrictive spell appeared. Chapter 4357. Gu Fei's clone was domineering to the extreme, and he directly beat up the number 1 overlord of the primogenitor realm's tyrannical sky dynasty, Yi Kuang, and then threw him into his inner world and suppressed him beneath a divine mountain. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Some guessed that it was Gu Fei's doppelganger, as the demon ancestral grounds had long been surrounded by the experts from the primogenitor realm. Gu Fei's true body was guarding the demon ancestral grounds. When the news that the number 1 overlord of the tyrannical sky dynasty had been captured by Gu Fei's doppelganger spread, the experts from the primogenitor realm were shocked. However, there were those who refused to believe it. Jin Joshing, one of the 5 elements god races in the primogenitor realm, declared that he wanted to challenge Gu Fei alone. The supreme monarch of the primogenitor realm's eastern region, 12 supreme monarchs, directly challenged Gu Fei of the demon race. The supreme monarch's actions left everyone dumbfounded. The 12 kings of the east region had suffered greatly at the hands of Gu Fei. The supreme king was rumored to be the most mysterious and powerful king of the 12 kings of the east region. The king of the supremes was the king of the supremes, peerlessly powerful. However, even the king of the supremes could only seal his cultivation in the heaven realm. He dared not act presumptuously. Of course, the fellow from the primogenitor realm was also thinking of ways to break the power of the heaven realm's heavenly punishment. As long as the power of the heavenly punishment was broken, the extreme grade supremes of the primogenitor realm could appear in this world without fear. The wood race had once used the supreme Tao artifact, the chaotic sky Fengtu, to resist the power of the heavenly punishment. However, the chaotic sky Fengtu was not an ordinary extreme grade Tao artifact. In the entire primogenitor realm, there were definitely no more than 5 forces that could use such extreme grade Tao artifact. Moreover, the amount of yuan qi needed to use such extreme grade Tao artifact was absolutely unimaginable. It was not something that ordinary forces could use. Someone dares to issue a challenge to Gu Fei? Is that guy trying to commit suicide? All the major forces in the heaven realm were watching, and the experts that descended from the primogenitor realm couldn't sit still either. The last extreme grade sovereign of the wood race had died at the hands of Gu Fei. This was enough to prove that Gu Fei had the ability to kill supreme beings. Of course, no one knew how this supreme martial artist of the Wood clan died in the heaven realm. However, it was an indisputable fact that the last Jizun of the Wood race had fallen in the heavenly realm. Therefore, those experts who descended to the heavenly realm were very careful. These guys were all extremely shrewd. Someone actually issued a challenge to you. Is that guy an idiot? In the ancestral hall of the demon race, the old turtle laughed heartily. What's so strange about that? Gu Fei said indifferently, "What supreme king?" In his eyes they were all trash. If he didn't use his extreme Tao power, who could be his opponent in the heaven realm? I say, brother, it's not good to be too confident. Old Tortoise laughed. This is not confidence. Gu Fei said with a faint smile, "All right, back to the main topic. Are you going to accept the challenge or not?" Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei with a solemn expression. "You want me to accept the challenge?" Gu Fei asked. "You can do as you see fit." Old Tortoise said he had never been to the primogenitor realm, so he didn't know how powerful and terrifying those people there were. "Big brother, why don't we give these guys from the primogenitor realm a show of strength?" Shaoqing suddenly said, "You're saying that I should accept the challenge?" Gu Fei said with some surprise, "Yes, big brother. These bastards from the primogenitor realm are too presumptuous." "Then let's fight." Gu Fei nodded. It didn't matter to him whether to fight or not. Back then he had encountered all kinds of opponents in the primogenitor realm. Soon, the news spread that Gu Fei and the Supreme King would fight. Just as countless people were discussing the battle between Gu Fei and the Supreme King, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground in the eastern region. Boom! Without any nonsense, the person directly punched the guardian formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground. Rumble! The entire Gold Spirit Ape's ancestral land's protection array shook. A huge light shield appeared in the sky. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the light shield. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground. Then, a golden figure suddenly rushed out from the depths of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground. Kill! The person who rushed out from the depths of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral ground didn't even ask who it was and directly smashed down with his rod. The golden rod directly split the void between heaven and earth. The power of the guardian formation couldn't stop the rod at all. The golden rod was about to hit the person's head. At this critical moment, the person flipped his hand and grabbed the golden rod that was smashing down. What? The person who made the move was the golden spirit, Apes Yuan Gang. At this moment, Yuan Gang was extremely shocked. Hee. The person suddenly looked up and smiled. In the next moment, an extremely tyrannical power exploded from his hand. Yuan Gang only felt his hand shake, and his hands that were holding the golden rod were almost shaken off. Preposterous! Yuan Gang was enraged. With a single thought, extremely violent metal elemental power immediately erupted from his body, causing the entire world to shake. The person's hand that was holding the golden rod was shaken off, and he also took a few steps back. A little interesting. The person was still extremely powerful. At the same time, the person's body also erupted with the strongest metal element power. Metal element power? The golden spirit ape was taken aback. He withdrew the golden rod and directly retreated hundreds of meters. You're not bad. I'll give you a chance. Be my servant. The person stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at Yuan Gang in the sky. What did you say? You want me to be your servant? The golden spirit ape was very angry. He was an expert of the golden spirit ape clan, and no one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. Boom! An even stronger metal element power erupted from his body, and a faint sound of thunder came from the depths of the sky. His power had reached the limit that the heaven realm could allow. As long as he took one more step, the terrifying power of the heavenly punishment would probably descend. This is the heavenly punishment. The person looked up at the sky with a trace of disdain on his face. In front of me, the golden saint. What is the heavenly punishment? The person chuckled, and his eyes fell on the golden spirit ape Yuan Gang again. What, you don't want to? In the ancestral realm, there are countless people begging to be my servant. The person said, The golden saint? Who is the golden saint? Never heard of him. Yuan Gang said coldly, If that's the case, then go to hell. The golden saint said and punched out. Rumble! Rays of dazzling golden light rushed out from his fist, piercing through the void. However, the fierce golden light was blocked by the layer of divine light formed by the power of the guardian formation, and it could not break through the protective light shield. The guardian formation of the golden spirit ape's ancestral land was extremely mysterious. People outside could not enter, but people inside could go out at will. However, after going out, it was difficult to enter again. Haha, you want to act tough in front of me? You can come in first. Yuan Gang laughed loudly. The guardian formation of the golden spirit ape's ancestral land was not something that anyone could break. It required the power of the extreme Tao, but the power of the extreme Tao was not allowed in the heaven realm. Humph! The golden saint sneered and withdrew his fist. Get lost. Yuan Gang said coldly. You're telling me to get lost? The golden saint was instantly enraged, but he could not do anything to Yuan Gang. Hee, do you really think I can't do anything to you? After saying that, Jin Jiuxing retreated 500 kilometers away. Then he took out a fist-sized circular object. He directly took out the object. A ball of black light directly flew toward the golden spirit ape's ancestral land. Boom! The next moment, the ball of black light directly hit the guardian formation of the golden spirit ape's ancestral land and exploded. There was no strong burst of power, and there was no dazzling divine light. The black ball only burst out a ball of black gas. The black gas was very strange. When the black gas came into contact with the light shield formed by the power of the guardian formation, a big hole was formed on the light shield. Yuan Gang was extremely shocked. He already knew what it was. In fact, the thing that the black ball had burst out was not black gas. It should be black dust. The black dust was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to corrode everything. It even corroded a big hole in the guardian formation of the golden spirit ape. Extreme Tao corpse poison? You have such a thing? Yuan Gang stared at Golden Saint outside the guardian formation in disbelief. Come out and accept your death. I might leave you with an intact corpse, Golden Saint said coldly. Big words. Do you really think you're invincible in the world? Yuan Gang directly raised his middle finger at Golden Saint. Although I'm not invincible, I can still kill you. Golden Saint was very confident. Ha ha! Yuan Gang suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Golden Saint said angrily. Come in if you want to kill me. Let's see who kills who. Yuan Gang said domineeringly. Good. Very good. Golden Saint laughed angrily. In the next moment, he directly turned into a golden ray and rushed into the golden spirit ape's ancestral land. Roar! Golden Saint roared into the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. Under the impact of the sound wave, countless golden Tao patterns appeared in the golden spirit ape's ancestral land. These Tao patterns froze everything in the ancestral land. Otherwise, Golden Saint's roar would have destroyed the entire ancestral land. Since you're here to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yuan Gang roared and smashed his rod towards Jin Jiuxing. The rod smashed down, triggering the power of the entire ancestral land. It was terrifying, as if the rod could smash the entire world. I see. Golden Saint saw through Yuan Gang's strength at a glance. In the ancestral land, Yuan Gang's combat strength would definitely double. But so what? Clang. Chapter 40, 358. Heaven Realm, Eastern Domain, Ancestral Ground of the Golden Spirit Ape Lineage. Two great experts were fighting. One of them was the descendant of the Golden Spirit Ape lineage, the extremely powerful Yuan Gang. The other person was in existence called Jin Jiuxing. Jin Jiuxing was a peerless expert of the primogenitor realm's Jin clan. He even challenged Gu Fei to a duel. Someone who dared to challenge Gu Fei was naturally not a weakling. Roar! Yuan Gang let out a furious roar. A terrifying wave of metal elemental energy burst out from his body as he swung the golden rod at Jin Jiuxing. Clang! Suddenly, a spear appeared in Jin Jiuxing's hand. He raised the spear horizontally and directly blocked the golden rod that was madly smashing down. Jin Jiuxing felt the spear in his hands tremble, and the spear that he was holding tightly almost flew out of his hands, which made him shocked and angry at the same time. Yuan Gang waved the golden rod in his hand. His battle strength rose rapidly as if he was about to go on a killing spree. He was risking his life. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he couldn't just watch as Jin Jiuxing killed him. Yuan Gang was the successor of the Golden Spirit Ape lineage after all. His bloodline was extremely tyrannical, and the secret technique he cultivated was extremely powerful. It was a legendary extreme path secret technique. Go to hell! Yuan Gang roared furiously. A torrential wave of metal elemental energy rippled out from his body. The entire world seemed to have been transformed into a golden world. What? Jin Jiuxing was taken aback. This guy isn't an ordinary quasi-sovereign after all. A powerful destructive force rushed toward Jin Jiuxing from all directions. It was a force that could even destroy the void of the world. However, a ball of divine light emerged from Jin Jiuxing's body and blocked the destructive metal elemental energy. If that's all you've got, then I'm sorry, Jin Jiuxing said coldly. TSK, do you think you're an extreme path sovereign? Even an extreme grade sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything to me here. Yuan Gang sneered. This was the ancestral land of the Golden Spirit Ape. Here he was the supreme ruler. Kill! Jin Jiuxing suddenly bellowed. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, his fist was already in front of Golden Spirit Ape Yuan Gang. Be it speed or strength, Jin Jiuxing was faster and stronger than Yuan Gang. However, in the next moment, Yuan Gang stretched out his right hand and caught the incoming fist. The moment Yuan Gang grabbed Jin Jiuxing's fist, it was as if he had suddenly fused with the world around him. In that instant, the power of the entire Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land was under his control. As long as he willed it, he could summon the supreme power of the Golden Spiritual Ape's ancestral land to strengthen himself. With a wave of his hand, he could unleash world-destroying power. At this moment, Jin Jiuxing wanted to retract his fist. However, he discovered that his opponent's hand was tightly grabbing onto his fist, and he was unable to retract it at all. Jin Jiuxing was shocked. Humph. In the next moment, Yuan Gang's right hand that was grabbing onto Jin Jiuxing shook. In the next moment, a powerful force immediately exploded from his hand. Jin Jiuxing's entire arm was instantly turned into a bloody mist. Roar! Jin Jiuxing immediately retreated. His arm quickly regenerated, and soon a complete right arm appeared on his body, as if it had never been injured. Damn it! Jin Jiuxing was shocked and furious. Yuan Gang was right. Even a supreme being would not be able to do anything to him here. However, it was impossible for a supreme being to appear in the heaven realm. Therefore, it was impossible for Jin Jiuxing to defeat Yuan Gang. However, there were no absolutes in this world. Just like how Yuan Gang thought that Jin Jiuxing would not be able to break the defensive formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land. However, Jin Jiuxing had easily broken the defensive formation of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land. In the current heaven realm, the extreme corpse poison was definitely a great killing weapon. This was because this was only a corpse poison and not an extreme power. The power of sky punishment could not do anything to the extreme corpse poison. Mountain, come! At that moment, Yuan Gang waved at the ancestral mountain of the Golden Spirit Ape. In the next moment, a shocking voice was heard. In the next moment, the entire sacred mountain rose from the ground and flew towards Yuan Gang. The ancestral mountain of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral mountain shrank rapidly. When it landed in Yuan Gang's hand, the entire sacred mountain was only a foot tall. With the sacred mountain in his hand, Yuan Gang's entire temperament had changed. Kill! Yuan Gang hurled the divine mountain in his hand at Jin Jiuxing. Terrifying metal elemental power burst out from the divine mountain, causing countless cracks to appear in the sky. Humph! Jin Jiuxing sneered. Facing Yuan Gang's shocking attack, his expression remained unchanged, and he threw a punch at the sacred mountain that was coming at him. Boom! With a loud bang, Jin Jiuxing's punch landed heavily on the sacred mountain. Rumble! The entire sacred mountain shook violently. Countless ancient Tao patterns emerged from the sacred mountain and interweaved into an ancient Tao diagram, attracting a terrifying power. Jin Jiuxing roared madly. Rays of golden light rushed out from his body and condensed into a golden armor on his body. With the appearance of the golden armor, Jin Jiuxing's power soared and blocked the ancestral mountain of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral mountain. Supreme Tao weapon? Yuan Gang stared at the armor on Jin Jiuxing's body, and his eyes shot out dazzling golden light. No wonder this guy dared to invade the ancestral land of the Golden Spirit Ape's ancestral land alone. It turned out that he had something to rely on. Once again, the two experts began to fight. At the same time, experts from the primogenitor realm also arrived at the palace of the moon deities. There was someone who was extremely domineering and directly charged into the moon god palace. The result was that he never came out again. This shocked everyone. These guys from the primogenitor realm were finally in trouble. The waters of the heaven realm were much deeper than what these guys from the primogenitor realm had imagined. In the heaven realm, there were some places that even the experts from the primogenitor realm were unwilling to set foot in, because those places were also deadly to the experts from the primogenitor realm. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Southern Mountains God Emperor, 3 experts from the primogenitor realm directly broke into the main hall. The leader was a white-robed young man. As for the other 2, one carried a big bow on his back, and the other was completely covered in black, revealing only a pair of terrifying eyes. "Who is this Gu Fei you mentioned? Where is he?" The white-robed young man said excitedly. The 2 behind him were also very excited. "Gu Fei? He is in the ancestral land of the demon race." Chapter 40, 359. The southern region of the Heaven Realm was originally the world of the Southern Mountains, God Emperor, and the Fire Race. But now the Fire Race had been conquered by the experts from the Ancestral Realm, and the Southern Mountains, God Emperor's ancestral land had been breached. At this moment, in the Southern Mountains, God Emperor's divine palace, the white-robed youth leading the 3 Ancestral Realm experts grabbed an expert and interrogated him about Gu Fei's whereabouts. "Fellow cultivator, why are you looking for Gu Fei?" The Southern Mountains God Emperor, who was sitting on his throne, stared at the white-robed youth and asked calmly, "How dare you call my master by his name? Do you want your clan to be exterminated?" The mysterious black-robed man suddenly shouted angrily, "Master? Taoist Gu is your master?" When the Southern Mountains God Emperor heard this, he was extremely shocked. These 3 experts were incomparably strong. It was obvious that they were existences that had crossed over from the ancestral realm. Had Gu Fei been to the ancestral realm before? The experts in the hall were also shocked to the extreme. "Humph, you just need to tell us where my master is," the black-robed man said coldly, staring at the Southern Mountains God Emperor with cold eyes. The quasi-supreme Southern Mountains God Emperor was like an ant in the eyes of the black-robed man. If he was in the ancestral realm, he could kill countless of such existences with a single slap. The white-robed youth in the lead of these 3 people was the Star Beast. A Supremacy Star Beast was far more powerful than a Peak Supremacy Realm Supreme Powerhouse. The person with the huge bow was the Shooting Sun Supreme. The mysterious black-robed man was the Black Wind Supreme. This time, not only had Gu Fei's enemies crossed over, the Star Beast, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the Black Wind Supreme had also crossed over to the Heaven Realm to find Gu Fei. They had been extremely sullen in the ancestral realm for the past few years. The huge territory that Gu Fei had conquered had been eaten away by the various forces in the ancestral realm. This was especially true for the Heavenly Clan, Li Clan, and Chu Clan. These 3 great clans had joined forces to kill the Star Beast and the others, and directly divide up Gu Fei's territory. If it weren't for the presence of a supremacy like the Star Beast, the territory conquered by Gu Fei would have long been divided up by the 3 great forces. Although the experts of the primogenitor realm could descend to the heavenly realm, this kind of inter-realm teleportation consumed a large amount of essence energy. Even the various great races of the primogenitor realm could only teleport 1 or 2 people to the heavenly realm. This time the Star Beasts and the others had put in a lot of effort. They had actually sent 3 people at once. Haha, this is truly a case of a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. You don't recognize your own people anymore. The Southern Mountains God Emperor laughed heartily. The Star Beast Venerable put down the thing in his hand and looked at the Southern Mountains God Emperor suspiciously. That guy immediately collapsed to the ground, his crotch wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. TSK, the Shooting Sun Supremacy and the Black Wind Supremacy were very disdainful. These fellows from the lower realm were really too useless. If they could be scared to the point of peeing their pants, how could they be called cultivators? I have some friendship with Taoist Gu Fei. The Southern Mountains God Emperor continued. Oh, the Star Beast Venerable, the Shooting Sun Supremacy, and the Black Wind Supremacy did not show much joy when they heard this. These 3 fellows were not the kind of people who would casually trust others. Just a few words from the Southern Mountains God Emperor was not enough to prove the relationship between the Southern Mountains God Emperor and Gu Fei. Taoist Gu is currently in the Heavenly Realm's demon race's ancestral land. This is the location of the demon race's ancestral land. The Southern Mountains God Emperor threw a jade scroll to the star beast Venerable as he spoke. The star beast, Venerable, caught the jade scroll. In the next moment, the information within the jade scroll appeared in his mind. Very good, let's go. The star beast, Venerable, waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The Southern Mountains God Emperor secretly wiped his cold sweat. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from outside the Southern Mountains God Emperor's ancestral land. What's going on? The Southern Mountains God Emperor had just heaved a sigh of relief when he thought that he could send off the 3 pests. Who would have thought that someone would come at this time? Boom! Another loud sound came, and the entire Southern Mountains God race's ancestral land shook. Southern Mountains God Emperor, come out and die. A powerful divine sense swept in from outside the Southern Mountains God race's ancestral land. Humph! I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's him? The star beast Venerable said disapprovingly. At this moment, the divine sense that swept and retracted like a cat seeing a mouse when it came in contact with the star beast Venerable and the others. Chi Shi-hai, come in and die. The shooting sun supremacy said indifferently. A group of people arrived outside the Southern Mountains God race's ancestral land. The person leading them was a skinny, middle-aged man with a cold expression and a ferocious gaze. Let's go. The middle-aged man was a little flustered. The Qi clan of the primogenitor realm had long been exterminated by Gu Fei. However, although the Qi clan was exterminated, there were still some who escaped. Qi Shi-hai was one of them. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. A ghost-like figure walked out from the Southern Mountains God race's ancestral land. Black Wind, you bastard! Qi Shi-hai's eyes turned red when he saw that person. All these years, the Black Wind Sovereign had been hunting down the Qi clan's fishes that had escaped the net. Many of the Qi clan's people had died at the hands of the Black Wind Sovereign. Even Qi Shi-hai's son was killed by the Black Wind Supreme. The grudge of killing his son was absolutely irreconcilable. Now that the enemy had met, his eyes were naturally bloodshot. Hee, I didn't expect to meet an old friend here. Good, very good. The Black Wind Supreme walked slowly to the opposite side of Qi Shi-hai. Kill! Without any hesitation, Qi Shi-hai directly attacked the Black Wind Supreme. The Heaven Domain was a good place. Even the Supremacies had to seal their cultivation. Even the 12 Supremacies did not dare to act recklessly in the Heaven Domain. If Qi Shi-hai met the Black Wind Supreme in the primogenitor realm, he would naturally scram as far as he could. However, the situation was different in the Heaven Domain. Humph! The Black Wind Supreme was like a gust of black wind as he instantly disappeared into the void. Qi Shi-hai's pounce hit nothing but air. We'll look for our master first. You can have fun. At this moment, another 2 figures walked out from the ancestral land of the Southern Mountains God race. They were the Star Beast Venerable and the Shooting Sun Supreme. When Qi Shi-hai saw the Star Beast Venerable and the Shooting Sun Supreme, his expression changed drastically. The Star Beast Venerable was not an ordinary supremacy. He was a supremacy, even in the Heaven Domain. Qi Shi-hai would not dare to face such an existence. The group of people that Qi Shi-hai brought with him did not dare to act recklessly. However, the Star Beast Venerable and the Shooting Sun Supreme did not attack. They left immediately. This caused Qi Shi-hai to be both surprised and delighted. Star Beast Boss, wait for me! The Black Wind Supreme shouted. He wanted to follow them, but Qi Shi-hai soared into the sky and blocked his way. You bastard! How dare you stop me from looking for my master? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Black Wind Supreme was furious. Looking for his master was his priority. Qi Shi-hai was just a small fry in his eyes. How could he be compared to his master? Chapter 4360. Boom! Outside the ancestral grounds of the Nanling celestial race, the void trembled. A formless astral wind erupted from a black figure. In the next moment, countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Every gust of astral wind tore the void apart. The Black Wind Supreme was truly enraged. He attacked indiscriminately. He wanted to get rid of Qi Shihai and his subordinates in one go. "Black Wind, you're too arrogant." Qi Shihai roared and threw a punch at the Black Wind Supreme in the sky. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to be set off in a monstrous wave. The violent fist force swept up, penetrating through every opening and directly blocking the invisible astral wind that covered the sky and covered the earth. "Haha, do you think this is the ancestral realm?" Qi Shihai laughed, wantonly and insolently. In the primogenitor realm, he was chased by the Black Wind Sovereign to the ends of the earth, and he almost lost his life. However, in the heaven realm, he and the Black Wind Sovereign were on the same starting line, and it was still unknown who was stronger. "Humph." The Black Wind Sovereign sneered. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void without a trace. Boundless ocean. Qi Shihai didn't dare to be negligent. With a roar, a powerful water elemental power erupted from his body. The void around him immediately undulated violently like waves. A black figure fell out of the void. Good Lord! That person was the Black Wind Supreme. In this world, there were restrictions everywhere. He couldn't unleash his strength at all. This made him very sullen. "Black Wind, go to hell!" Qi Shihai threw a punch at the Black Wind Supreme. The entire water elemental power in the world was attracted by his fist and blasted towards the Black Wind Supreme. "My body is like the wind." The Black Wind Supreme's figure disappeared again. He seemed to have turned into an invisible wind. No matter how strong Qi Shihai's fist force was, it seemed to have hit the void without any force. At this moment, Qi Shihai felt a wind blowing past his face. In the next moment, there were streaks of blood on his face, as if he was slashed by a sharp knife. Preposterous! Qi Shihai was practically on the verge of going mad. Chen, she cultivated the grand Tao of wind, causing him to be like the wind that could be gathered and dispersed at will. He was like a real wind that was impossible to grasp, shapeless and traceless. Suppress! Qi Shihai slapped the top of his head, and the shadow of a black tortoise immediately rushed out of his body. In the next moment, the shadow turned into a huge cauldron that sealed the surroundings. Black tortoise cauldron. The voice of the Black Wind Sovereign resounded in the void. At that moment, a huge shadow of a black tortoise appeared above the cauldron. The black tortoise roared at the sky, emitting boundless water elemental energy. Under this power, even someone as powerful as the Black Wind Sovereign had nowhere to hide. Myriad incarnations. In the next moment, countless black shadows appeared in the void sealed by the black tortoise cauldron. These black shadows attacked Qi Shihai at the same time, their murderous intent shocking the heavens. "How dare you act so presumptuously in my black tortoise cauldron?" Qi Shihai immediately circulated his Xian Qi, drawing the power of the black tortoise cauldron to obliterate the countless black shadows that were attacking him. One by one, the black shadows exploded. Suddenly, a fist broke through the heavy water elemental energy and instantly smashed in front of Qi Shihai. The invisible wind force tore the clothes in front of Qi Shihai's chest. Bam! With a muffled sound, the fist directly smashed into Qi Shihai's chest. In the next moment, Qi Shihai's chest felt as if it had been ruthlessly slashed by countless divine weapons. Streaks of blood, so deep that bones could be seen, appeared on his body. His entire body flew backward, almost crushed by the Black Wind Sovereign's fist. Bam! Qi Shihai's back slammed hard against the wall of the black tortoise cauldron, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Qi Shihai said in disbelief. The black tortoise cauldron became unstable and shook continuously. Kill! The Black Wind Sovereign's figure appeared. The surging water elemental energy in the surroundings could not do anything to him at all. All the water elemental energy passed through his body, and he was like a void. This was the Black Wind Sovereign's wind Taoist body. It was formless and traceless. When cultivated to the extreme, no one or any force could hurt him. The Black Wind Sovereign attacked with all his might. He directly turned into an invisible wind blade and slashed at Qi Shihai. Roar! Qi Shihai frantically activated the Black Tortoise Cauldron's power. The Black Tortoise Cauldron that had sealed the surroundings instantly disappeared. Then it emerged on his body and enveloped him. Clang! At the same time, following the sound of metal clashing, Qi Shihai and the cauldron were directly sent flying, crashing directly into the group of subordinates behind him. Screams resounded. The dozen subordinates that Qi Shihai brought were all turned into clouds of blood mist by the mighty water elemental energy of the Black Tortoise Cauldron. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. These subordinates of Qi Shihai were all Heaven Realm experts that he had subdued. It was already difficult for a Qi clan fugitive like him to come to the Heaven Realm from the Ancestral Realm. It was impossible for him to bring his subordinates from the Ancestral Realm here. This time, Qi Shihai had the Black Tortoise Cauldron to protect him, so he did not receive much impact. Qi Shihai became one with the cauldron. His battle power was soaring. I don't have time to waste with you. I will fight you when I find my master. The Black Wind Supreme's figure appeared in the void. However, in the next moment he turned into a cool breeze and instantly disappeared into the void. Damn it! Qi Shihai roared in anger. He was filled with hatred, but he was helpless. His opponent was simply too fast. By the time he reacted, the Black Wind Supreme was already nowhere to be found. Damned Black Wind! Qi Shihai had nowhere to vent his anger. Coincidentally, the Southern Mountains God Emperor led a group of subordinates out of the ancestral grounds of the Southern Mountains God race. All of you go to hell! Qi Shihai directly sent a palm strike towards the Southern Mountains God Emperor. Don't you dare be arrogant! The Southern Mountains God Emperor roared and also sent a palm strike. Boom! Two powerful forces instantly collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. In the next moment, the two figures were sent flying backwards. Qi Shihai stared at the Southern Mountains God Emperor. His pupils involuntarily shrank. This guy is not simple. He can actually block my palm strike. It seems like I have underestimated the experts of this world. The primogenitor realm was the origin of the myriad worlds. The experts of the primogenitor realm were naturally born with a sense of superiority. They thought that they were a cut above others and did not put the living beings of other worlds in their eyes. However, the living beings of other worlds might not necessarily be inferior to those fellows in the primogenitor realm. Kill! Kill! Without any words, the two great experts started fighting. At this time in the demon ancestral grounds, Gu Fei was a little bored. Those fellows outside did not dare to make a move. They only surrounded the demon ancestral grounds. The experts of the primogenitor devil race had also arrived. The figure of the primogenitor, great devil, kept appearing and disappearing around the demon ancestral grounds. Demons were the enemies of all living beings, regardless of whether it was in the heavenly realm or the primogenitor realm. The appearance of the primogenitor great devil made the experts of the heavenly realm very afraid. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The protective array of the entire demon ancestral grounds shook. Countless array patterns appeared in the void. Countless array patterns interweaved and formed a huge light barrier. When the experts of the demon ancestral grounds rushed over, they did not see anyone. It's those fellows from the demons again? On a mountain peak in the demon ancestral grounds, the old tortoise frowned. This was not the first time. Those fellows from the primogenitor demons had been causing trouble. They might be probing, but who knew what they were doing? Gu Fei's other great enemies did not dare to act rashly. One should know that Gu Fei could easily annihilate these fellows in the past. No one knew the actual strength of the current Gu Fei. The last supreme of the wood race had fallen in this world. Who could kill that supreme of the wood race? Other than Gu Fei, they really could not think of anyone else. Experts from the Li race, the Chu race, and the Sky race had all descended. The Supreme King had even issued a challenge to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had accepted the challenge, but the location had to be decided by Gu Fei. 10 days later, the ancient battlefield in the starry sky, Gu Fei had announced that he would fight the strongest of the primogenitor realm's 12 Supreme Kings, the Supreme King at the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was located in the depths of the heavenly realm's starry sky. It was a primitive starfield not far from the heavenly court ruins. When the experts from the extreme mysterious realm had invaded the heavenly realm's army, and the extreme mysterious realm's army had fought there. It was not a good place to be. Everyone was extremely excited. This was definitely going to be an exciting battle. Even the human realm had received the news. Countless experts from the human realm began to pour into the heavenly realm. Soon, in a mountain ridge in the heavenly realm, the expert from the human realm, Azure Dragon, had a huge battle with an ancestor from the Li race from the ancestral realm. Azure Dragon had killed the ancestor of the Li race in the heavenly realm. Not long after, a terrifying expert from the Golden Winged Rock race appeared and tore apart a quasi-supreme from the Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow's divine blood burned the earth and plunged everything into misery. A few days later, there was news that an ancestor of the Chu race had entered the moon deity's palace. Then there was no more. In the eastern domain of the heavenly realm, the golden spirit ape race's prince, Yuan Hong, came out of seclusion and killed the supreme existence of the gold race, Jin Jiuxing. Jin Jiuxing was a supreme expert of the gold race who had dared to challenge Gu Fei. Now he had died at the hands of these inferior beings from the heavenly realm. This was unbelievable to all the experts from the ancestral realm. The experts from the ancestral realm who had swept through the heavenly realm had finally met their match. The appearance of Ren Huang had stunned all the experts from the ancestral realm. Ren Huangjiang, the only emperor in both the heavenly realm and the human realm, was invincible. He seemed to have surpassed everything and was no longer afraid of the power of heaven's punishment. Ever since this Ren Huang had returned to the human realm, no one had seen him fight. This time the battle between Gu Fei and the Supreme King had even alarmed him. Chapter 4361. The arrival of a peerless Ren Huang in the heaven realm shocked the world. The Ren Huang, whether in the heaven realm or the human realm, was a legend. The ultimate king realm supremes walked the path of tyranny and were comparable to supremes. And Jiang Ren Huang was the only Ren Huang in both the human realm and heaven realm. Whether it was the cultivators from the heaven realm or the human realm, they were all excited to know that in the current era, almost no one had ever seen Jiang Ren Huang fight. This time, the guy from the ancestor realm actually alerted Jiang Ren Huang. This shocked everyone. However, this also showed how much importance Jiang Ren Huang placed on the people from the ancestor realm. Jiang Ren Huang's arrival in the heaven realm was naturally the most nervous people from the ancestor realm. This was a Ren Huang who dared to underestimate him. Just an ultimate king realm supremacy. What is there to be afraid of? The Supreme King, one of the 12 Supreme Kings from the ancestor realm, said this. He was a Supreme King and had once killed an ultimate king realm supremacy in the ancestor realm. That was why he had the confidence to say this. Plus, in a place like the heaven realm, there was the power of God's punishment. Even the strongest among the Supremes did not dare to challenge God's punishment. He believed that even this Jiang Ren Huang would not dare to display the power of an ultimate king realm supremacy. This way, with his king realm supremacy body, he would be able to suppress all enemies, even that trash Gu Fei. He had already investigated. This Gu Fei was not killed by the first demon ancestor, but his cultivation was destroyed. Right now, Gu Fei was only a quasi-supreme, not even a supremacy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Especially for the Supreme King, no matter who he faced, he would not be careless and had to be careful. When Zhang Renhuang arrived in the heaven realm, Gu Fei and the old turtle personally led a group of cultivators to the path of heaven to welcome him. In the human realm, everyone knew of the friendship between Gu Fei and Zhang Renhuang. Gu Fei and the Zhang clan of the Ancients also had dealings because of Zhang Renhuang. This time, the one who accompanied Zhang Renhuang to the heaven realm was not the clan leader of the Zhang clan. The higher-ups of the Zhang clan did not come either. Zhang Renhuang only brought a little girl to the heaven realm. This surprised even Gu Fei a little. However, he could tell that the little girl had an extraordinary physique at first glance. This little girl was born with a Taoism aptitude. Those with connate Taoism aptitude were innately close to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Naturally, their cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. This little girl shouldn't be very old, but her cultivation was already at the peak of the half-sage realm. She was only half a step away from breaking through to the sage realm. Are you Gu Fei? Outside the exit of the ancient road to heaven, the little girl who was holding the hand of Zhang Renhuang looked at Gu Fei curiously. Her big eyes were full of spirit. That's right, I'm Gu Fei, the real deal. Gu Fei smiled as he looked at the little girl. Her name is Jiang Lin, my daughter. Zhang Renhuang said. What? Gu Fei was stunned. Zhang Renhuang's daughter? So little? Could it be that this guy couldn't stand the loneliness and found himself a wife? Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Renhuang glanced at Gu Fei and said, This is such a surprise, such a surprise. Gu Fei was stuttering. Old Tortoise and the others were also dumbfounded. They had heard of Renhuang Zhang's name before. He was the strongest man in the heavenly earth. Even Old Tortoise's uncle had to be polite when he saw Renhuang Zhang. Dad said that you have a lot of treasures. How about giving me one as a gift? The little girl, Jiang Lin, looked at Gu Fei and said with a smile, Hee, little girl, you are right. This guy doesn't have much, but he has a lot of treasures. Old Tortoise said with a fawning expression. This was Zhang Renhuang's daughter. If he fawned over her, he would definitely get a lot of benefits. Gift? Gu Fei was stunned. He really didn't prepare any gift. He didn't expect Zhang Renhuang to suddenly have a daughter. Yeah, you can't be so stingy, little Jiang Lin said with a pout. Gu Fei looked at Zhang Renhuang. Zhang Renhuang looked up at the sky. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and thought for a while. Then he waved his right hand and a crack appeared in the space in front of him. Following that, Gu Fei waved his hand and a drop of divine liquid that emitted boundless vitality flew out from the crack. This is the moment the drop of divine liquid appeared, the vitality of the entire world suddenly flourished. The withered trees in the surroundings were revitalized and sprouted. Around the divine liquid, one could vaguely see the shadows of the ancestral dragon. What is this? Princess Jiang Lin's eyes lit up when she saw the drop of divine liquid. Her intuition told her that this was an incredible drop of divine liquid. Gu Fei, you're going all out. Old Tortoise exclaimed. The demons behind him also stared at the drop of divine liquid, dumbfounded. Is this the legendary immortal liquid? An elder of the demon clan exclaimed. Hurry up and thank your brother Gu Fei. Seeing Gu Fei giving his daughter such a precious gift, Zhang Renhuang couldn't help but be moved. Thank you, little brother. Princess Jiang Lin hurriedly took out a jade bottle and carefully stored the drop of divine liquid. Senior, please. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise considered themselves as juniors in front of Zhang Renhuang. Okay. Zhang Renhuang walked forward with the little princess. Everyone clustered around Zhang Renhuang and the little princess as they left the exit of the ancient road to heaven and went straight back to the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. Jiang Renhuang liked peace and quiet. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise did not hold a welcome party for Jiang Renhuang. They only arranged for Jiang Renhuang to stay in a quiet place in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. However, the little princess was lively and active. Soon, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise experienced the power of this little ancestor. In the ancestral hall of the demon clan, the caretaker of the medicinal garden of the ancestral grounds came. A 30,000-year-old peach was bitten by someone. That was a king of medicine that could revive the dead. The caretaker of the sacred spring on the mountain of ancestors came. A bottle of spring water that had been stored for 3,000 years was drunk. The caretaker of the pavilion of treasures also came. 7 out of the 12 sky-shattering orbs were gone. One of the Qiankuan swords was gone, and the sky-splitting halberd was broken in half. Other weapons and treasures were thrown everywhere. The place where the elixirs were stored was completely destroyed. Countless elixirs and medicines were scattered on the ground. A heaven elixir that was being refined was gone. Hearing the reports from the caretakers, Old Tortoise almost went crazy. That little girl, Old Tortoise was trembling. It had only been a few days. If that little girl stayed in the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, wouldn't the sky be turned upside down? It's not a big deal. Why bother? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. It's a small deal?